Welcome to the neighborhood. Mr. Jim Bob's Shortlandian neighborhood. Today's going to be fun. Every once in a while I head back to this guy. I'll introduce him in a bit. His name is Marty Leads. I call him Marty Misleads. He runs a Gnostic cult out of Missouri, out of a yurt. He calls it the Gnostic Church and Academy of Lord Jesus Christ. And it's really a mix of like alchemy, gematria, astrotheology, and astrology. And then he just perverts the crap out of Christianity in the meantime. And who does he attract? Probably like, you know, if you guys are aware of like Owen Benjamin's bear cult, people who are drawn to some sort of mystical view of God, but they don't want the rigor of a church. They kind of see the world itself as divine. They see the garden as divine. They see symbols everywhere. These are the types of people that are drawn, and it ends up, I think, largely ends up being women, which, you know, that seems to be a constant trend with cults, whether they're online or in person, is that women are drawn to them. Women are drawn to a male leader who's confident in what they're saying and presents themselves as knowing a lot more than the rest of the people following. And obviously the teacher would know more than the people following, but there's a difference between confusing people with a lot of information and giving people wisdom. That's the difference between an Orthodox priest and someone who's a false priest like Marty Leads. Now, I had a beautiful liturgy. I hope you all went, because I did. And I come home, and there's a barrage of emails from this guy. I think what he saw is Jay's popular, Andrew's popular, people he kind of maybe was in the same lane or the same shelf with at one point. And I don't mean in value, I just mean in notoriety. And he's seeing them all sort of fly away on their popularity balloons, and he's just left in a yurt. So he's trying to sort of clamor. He's got terrible views, not just his philosophy views, his actual number of views. He's got terrible viewership. Actually, in a weird way, I'm doing him a favor. He really wants to debate me on, he said, Christianity is based in astrology. I said, that's your prompt? Okay, and then I defined astrology in the email. Astrology is very specific. He says, no, I'm arguing that Christianity is celestial. Okay, what does that mean, dude? So what I want to do today is look at his most recent video and demonstrate his techniques, the way in which he tries to simplify things and then move along. And he depends on people listening who don't further question any nuance or anything. He just moves along. And then I want to get into a really good video, an old video by Church of the Eternal Logos, David Patrick Harry, on astrotheology. Because if I were to debate this freak, I would do it with proper research. And so I guess in a fun way, we can do some research on astrotheology today, and why it falls apart, and why it has no epistemic grounding, and why you couldn't possibly map it on to Christianity other than just saying that the world itself, creation, the heavens, the stars, reflect God in some way, but they're not identical. So both can be true. You could have a reflection of God in nature. You can have something pointing to his glory. But to start with nature and not revelation, you're making nature you're making nature God, essentially. So we're going to see how that works in today's video. Thank you so much for starting off the taxes. I did start the goal early, so we're at 3 minutes left of the first goal, but I did start it early. I don't think Owen is banned. Well, he runs with that, Owen. Yeah, Owen is another example, someone similar to Marty Leads, where there's something that gets popularized, and it's natural to comment on what's being popularized, but like he like inserts himself in the retardation as like one of the kings of retardation, and he knows how to do it. Like, I don't know if you guys witnessed that last video. He took his rifle and put it in his pants and did a short video, and then tagged Candace Owens, who's really in a position where she's gonna pretty much repost anything that supports her at this point. And he just gets ripped apart in the comments. He didn't even know that a 30-06 is not the gun. He's like, this is my 30-06. Like, that's, I get it. You can use like in a colloquial sense, you could say my 9mm or whatever. But he just didn't know. He doesn't know about guns. And if you're an audience, if you have a shared audience with Candace Owens at this point, you're really talking about bunch of wine moms whose kids just went off to college, and they're trying to figure out the secrets of society from their phone. It's getting crazy. Like, it's ironic that people who have been against the 19th Amendment are now in a cult of pretty much the final form. I thought the final form of feminism was like OnlyFans. No, apparently the final form of feminism is half drunk, half Chardonnay filled 45-year-old women, all of them somehow have glasses, who are going to figure out the Charlie Kirk debacle. They're going to do it. In the fifth says, Lord of Spirits, episode 9 is about how astrology fits into Holy Orthodoxy. I still don't know if you're, like, astrology is very specific. So I'm sure you're using the term loosely, but astrology is rejected by Orthodoxy. So you could say the way the stars are, the movement of the stars, the symbolism of the sun, and the rest of the stuff. But astrology is a very defined thing, and it has to do with, it actually leads to a deterministic view of things. And I'll define it for you. So yeah, in a sense, if you find something like that and they utilize the word astrology, you probably should say astronomy or something like this. Like, astrology, I'll give you a strict definition here. Astrology is the study of how movements and positions of the sun, moon, and planets shape human traits and earthly events. So no. You're not gonna take an Orthodox view and use nature and say the positions of certain things like the sun and the moon, right, shape human traits and determine anything. No. So they're incorrectly using the word astrology. Now, we'll get into that because David Patrick Harry does a really good overview of it, but you have to be rigorous with these definitions and what it is and what it isn't, okay? You can't any divination of the earth, of the world, of the planets, of a tree, of a this, of that, you can't. It's a no-no. It's not just a no-no because like the church says so. It's logically incoherent. You can't actually defend it. There's no metaphysics available. There's no epistemology available. It's literally like Mormonism. Like, you have to just feel it. Which, if I were to debate this goon, it would be one of the main arguments that reveals Marty Leads every time. And you'll see his mode. You guys will make your own choice here. But he's trying to make himself relevant. And so, you know what? I don't care. I'll make you relevant, buddy. That's okay. It's part of my job. That's fine with me. Hope you guys had a good weekend, by the way. Everyone who went to liturgy, shout out. Anyone who didn't make it to liturgy, you should take any of the mirrors in your house down, because you shouldn't even look at yourself. Shame. Shame. True crime wine moms. It's really a crazy phenomenon, man. It's wild to see. Imagine the great future war fought between Candace Owens' wine moms and the Chelsea Handler miserable 50-year-olds. There will be such whining and hair pulling. It's really crazy to see. It's actually horrifying. I'm horrified by it. I'm about to delete X, man. I'm seeing Indians dance. I'm seeing Indians throw trash on our beautiful land. I'm seeing wine moms try to figure out the Charlie Kirk debacle through Instagram stories. I'm just like, oh, thank God for orthodoxy. I don't know. I mean, how many headlines don't happen because people are orthodox? Am I right? So much spilled wine. Does Marty use Chinese, Vedic, or Western astrology? It doesn't matter. You'll see. He's just, it's completely arbitrary. He's his own teacher. He makes it all up on the spot, and then he pummels you with it. May the Lord bless you and your family, and also in the chat. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Curveball. Appreciate you. God bless you. All right. It's probably Genesis. Well, it's a lot more. I mean, if you had the capacity to watch Marty Leads, which we'll try to do, it's just liberal. You just take everything and anything you can. Wait until you hear his explanation of the Trinity. Woo, you thought Owen Benjamin's was retarded. Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Thank you so very much for doing business. I do business on the sidewalk. I know. Thank you so much, Vagine. I know that could have built a hospital in India, but look, it's better served here. Voiced by Tristan, $5. Thank you so much. Went to liturgy at my new parish. Very small, brilliant people. Took home a prayer book. I reckon I'll be staying nice. Yeah, the small ones. I have a massive, it's massive. My parish is like 400 people or something. A lot of kids. We have enough kids that there's a portion of the service where the entire choir is children. Except for mine. They're just like, no. They draw icons. Mostly. The other day I looked down, because they're usually drawing icons, doodling, until they get, mature enough to stand up and participate fully. But I did look down the other day, and it was just a straight up demon that was drawn. I just thought it was funny. It's like, turn the page, stop, don't do that. What are you doing? Ours does too, honestly. It's getting crazy. You know what I learned? What's exciting and apropos is after my inspirational week of iconography and my continuation, my future I'm living into, I learned that there's a monk that often visits my parish, and he lives at a monastery, and he happens to be an iconographer. So he's pretty close to me. So I'm going to visit him and talk with him and request guidance. So that should be good. All right, let's get into the main event, everybody. Okay. This guy's Marty Leads. He's been running a cult for years. For years, he's been running a cult. And he wants to do some commentary. He really wants to get in the game here. He's begging me. I don't know how many chats. debate me. It's the Lord's Day. He spends it emailing me, coward, debate me, coward. Maybe I will. But first, let's take a look at what your view is. I can't debate someone unless I know what their view is. I want to see if I can actually capture this guy's view. I don't even know if it's possible. Then we'll look at a really exceptional video by David Patrick Harry getting into astrotheology. Because this is definitely something that Western women and men are drawn to. If they were to adopt a view, if they have New Age intuitions and impulses, they'll probably head toward some pseudo-Gnosticism.
Saturdat, I had an interesting discussion with a proti friend about the Enlightenment. I gave him so many reasons why it was problematic and how we are where we are because of his principles and philosophies. He was really defensive.
Yeah.
I realized that Protestants are just hardwired to accept the Enlightenment without question. Josiah.
Thank you, Josiah. Yeah, it is. Well, the thing is, like, people defend their liberty. They want to do what they want to do. And they know if they impose a Christian system that potentially does violate said rights, then that people can do that to them, and then you take away their pleasures. Now, that's speculative, but I'd argue that's pretty present. Hello, Intel Wild. I do love the Celtic cross. Well, let's see. Yeah, he mingles everything. He's like with theology what Russell Brand is with his tattoos. And he really is physically turning into a goblin demon. You know, that's a real thing. You know, in Orthodoxy, there is something about your very body, the light of your body, the form of your body, that can be examined where you're like, oh, this person's devolving into like some sort of, he's like a circus freak. It's like at any moment he's going to ask us to pay to launch him out of a cannon.
Let's first get in the VCB here. Doosker Who, you guys know Husker Du? You know the band Husker Du? Super really punky, chargy. Sounds exciting, Marty. Might I suggest maybe taking liberty and making the sermon section a little longer? Well, actually, no. We were just talking about today that I'm trying to keep them down to an hour and 15 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes tops, right? Because of people's lack of attention spans and, all of that sort of stuff. We're leaving it for the second half. And I've noticed that there are people that will tend to watch direct, as you guys can see. So lately, I'm still a little hungry when you finish so quick. That's their language. You can explain it all through alchemy, and it's so much simpler. It's so much
alchemy. You could explain everything from alchemy? Okay.
Straightforward. It's basic. All these people try to sound smart. You don't need to sound smart. The reality ultimately becomes very simple, right? And it doesn't require a brainiac. This is why we say, gnosis, like the things that we teach are so simple. Like base 10 system, the horology of astrology, the 7 planets, which we'll talk about today. All of these things are really, really simple.
Oh, wow. Just saying they're simple makes them very simple, huh?
Right. When you get somebody that's like trying to be smart or something.
You know why they're simple to you, simpleton, is that they're never questioned, right? You sit in a yurt and you never get questioned, right? So they're simple in your head.
Like that. It's like they're using all this language to make it sound like they, that sort of thing. Now you can just break all of that down. Just filter it all down. Right? And that's what these things are for. Because God...
This guy for an hour? No, not this guy for an hour. No, we're going to get into astral theology, generally speaking. This is just someone who's demanding and begging that I debate him on Christianity is celestial. I don't even know what that means.
Dinky, dink, dun, rinky, dinky, dinky, dinky. Am I doing a racism?
Yes. Maybe. Are you?
God knew that he was going to put us in a world of frickin' liars and serpents and snakes and whispering in your ear and all this other stuff. And that ultimately...
You don't say, Marty.
When it comes to this truth, it's got to be somewhat simple. And it is. That's what's so beautiful about this. So anyway, so what does he say? As to the after service portion, I've been listening to Owen Benjamin's podcast on Rumble for the last couple of weeks, so I'm fresh off his J Diarrhea talks and subsequent commentary. I will definitely be interested in hearing your take on the situation. We'll talk about that next. Can I ask a question, yes or no? And maybe it's more of a suggestion. While I was watching Steve, yes. I was really craving a discussion between you and he about the relationship between religion and alchemy, and that's actually, hopefully we'll talk about that when Steve and I do a conversation with the love.
This guy's going to talk to Stephen DeYoung. Okay? Now, look. I go down to the street level. You know. But that's going to be wild because Marty Leads is insufferable. Stephen DeYoung's patience, which he already has a fair amount of, is going to be certainly tested if he talks to this guy. I look forward to the day Marty's head finally hatches and star seeds climb out. That's funny.
Lovely Chance over at Interforce Podcast. That's Chance over at Interverse Podcast. And so hopefully we'll get onto that. We're going to do a couple hour discussion. So alchemy is when you talk about alchemy is ultimately this transubstantiation of the soul, right? Is this notion of essentially going through a process of changing, morphing, right?
Morphing.
And so that's what alchemy is, and that's what religion is. Alchemy is
the morphing of your soul.
Religion, you know? Alchemy in one sense is when we talk about the Prisca Theologia, or the notion that there's an organic, natural religion literally embedded in the creation. That's what alchemy points to, okay? If we can't, we'll get to that. We'll actually talk about the provability notion when we get to astrology. So hold on. So
astrology, Can you imagine saying that sentence? The provability notion in astrology. Can you imagine saying that?
How it fits with our modern lives. What we're trying to do with you showing how it fits in the modern lives is actually showing you by living out these principles. You know what I mean?
How do people fall for it? Well, they just don't have a standard. They have feelings. They have intuitions. They have. They use their resonance. Oh, it resonates with me. That's why. Like, you know, they're starving. You know, the good part about it, cool dude, is that they're starving for truth. They're starving for meaning. And so when someone like this comes along and literally shovels it down their face, you know what I mean? He's like the ticket scalper when you're going to the main event. Marty Leads is the parking lot salesperson who has his flatbed truck out and his t-shirts and stuff. You're on your way to somewhere, you know. You're driven by something. You want to know truth. You don't realize it yet. The truth is a being that you participate the energies of, but you search for it, right? You're trying to seek a path, right? The human part of us is religious, and so. But he shows up on the path, you know. He's like that creepy caterpillar in Alice in Wonderland, right? He shows up all gobbling out of the woods. Hey, looking for the truth, kid? He opens his trench coat. It's just vials of metal and like symbols. Look at this one. This one connects to this one, eh, kid?
So hopefully that makes sense. Christians would like to think it's some kind of heresy. Yeah, because Christians have we'll talk about that next when we bring up Jay Dyer and Jib Bob and Mr. Andrew Wilson and all the questions that Owen is asking about the Trinity, which none of these people have any answers.
You're going to appeal to Owen Benjamin's worldview. Do you know that a question itself comes from an existing worldview, Marty Leads? Do you understand that? Owen Benjamin is so retarded. He's actually dumber than most Muslims. His questions are so dumb, Muslims look reasonable.
For. Okay? So you're listening to a bunch of people that think it's heretical, and they don't know anything. We'll find out. We'll show that today with Mr. Andrew Wilson and Mr. Made by Jim Bob. Okay? And we'll also show with Owen, because Owen's saying, I don't know. I don't understand this Trinity that you're explaining to me.
Oh, is that right? Owen's saying that? No. Owen has positive claims. This guy's simping for Owen just so he gets his little straggling leftover bear tards to sign up for his yurt church. You're disgusting. You're such a pervert, Marty Leads. You're a pandering pervert. Can you imagine simping for Owen Benjamin? Imagine looking at Owen Benjamin and be like, no, he has really reasonable questions about theology. Marty Leeds' interest in alchemy only extends as far as he's able to chemically grow so he can wear his yurt-proof roof. Imagine he wore it as a rice paddy hat. Maybe he thinks that's going to happen. I don't know, maybe.
And he's just admitting it and being honest about it, right? He's like, no, your guys explaining something that doesn't, you know. But these people think that they got it, and they don't know. frackin' fudges about anything. And I'm trying. You can see a valiant effort being had by Mr. Marty Leads here. They don't know anything, so anything it's heretical. He's the blasphemer. Shut the fiddlesticks up. Shut your mouths, boys. So anyway, so we'll talk about that. Because I'll just say this. Owen's 1,000% in the right here. 100%. And we'll actually talk about that, okay?
Did you go to the surgeon and ask for them to make your smile look like Jeffrey Epstein's smile, or?
He's asking the questions.
Can I get an Epstein special?
And not being satisfied with answers that don't make sense. And everybody knows it. He's just pointing it out. That's it.
He's the spin-off? Yeah, he's like, well, that's the thing. He actually moved to Missouri because he knew the Owen Benjamin cult tards bought a space in Missouri too. So he's just trying to like dip in, right? Because they're the same retardation as far as theology and philosophy is concerned. They're very overlapping in their base.
So anyway, we'll get to that.
Unthinking. Yes, a religion that has defended the Trinity over 2 centuries can't defend the Trinity. Yeah, yep.
So, I think it's most relevant. Might you be willing to do a sesh with him for our consumption? Yes, we're going to do it. And hopefully maybe we'll do some more in the future and stuff like that. And to be honest, I would be interested to listen to you and Owen have a good discussion on this as well. Maybe that'll happen someday. I don't really know. Fire is no more an element. Where am I going here? Why am I picking on the wrong stuff here, baby? I'm sorry. Give me a second, everybody. Thank you all for your time. I'm not going to go... No. Whole thing. Build it up brick by brick. Daniel Hagar, best church ever. Janvina, best church ever. John.
Best church ever. Stop.
And Project Whistleblower, which was like 2 years ago, right? So I've been literally saying this for 3-4 years. So, and I've just been saying that to let people know. I was like, hey man, you should probably look into these guys' backgrounds and stuff like that. That's all, right? So, but anyway, so Owen went on Tucker Carlson, and I was like, oh, you know, I mean, I don't know if he knows about Tucker or if he doesn't know about Tucker. It wouldn't even matter to me because he's probably... To think that Rogan doesn't have a handler, you take all this other stuff, right? Okay, blah, 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 blah. So the point, though, is that Owen was master debater, right? No jokes there about masturbating, okay? He's like, literally, that's his thing, right? He's Mr. Debate King, right? Then he said he was gonna retire from debating, and then that was just allegedly a trick to get a bunch of the Protestants to debate him, or some freaking cheese and crackers suffering silly pants nonsense, right? So Owen apparently was like, I'll debate you, Jay, and I will debate you on whatever you want to debate. Like, he literally, as far as
Jay doesn't want to debate people who just say, whatever you want to debate, I'll take the piss out of it, okay? Do you understand that?
I didn't watch all of it, but this is just what I gathered, right?
Debating Owen Benjamin, at this point, for anyone at the level of Jay in notoriety and academia, you know, it's a loss. It's a lolcow. There's nothing gained. Jay doesn't gain anything from debating Owen Benjamin. If anything, it's a risk. It's a liability. Why? Because he has a bunch of cultists who then raid. They're known to mass flag. What are you talking about, dude? You don't want to debate someone who says, I just don't care, whatever. We can just talk about anything. I'll debate whether sponges are necessary when washing dishes. Like, no one wants to debate that.
That he literally said to Jay, he's like, you pick the topic, and I will defend whatever it is you want me to defend.
Yes.
I will argue that, and this is all I caught from this. I didn't catch any of the other, like, whatever drama back and forth, whatever, right? But
you imagine, like, a community dinner with this guy's cult, and he has, like, all the, you know, small group of husband and wives under his yurt, and he's just at the head of the table, just yapping. You know it. Like, he's just, like, constantly in I'm the teacher mode. Just yapping. Probably never asks one question to someone.
So he said, I will literally debate you on anything. You pick the topic and I will defend it, right? And what, as far as I can tell, what Owen is doing is trying to drag him out to show everybody that he is a walking vagina. And it's not even that hard to see. These guys are absolute cowards. They only will argue and debate in circles that they can win. And that's it. As soon as somebody steps out of their little argumentation, the little box that they put in and be like, hey, we're going to take this box off and actually have a real conversation, they scurry like little children.
Wow. That's rich, actually. Because Jay, in particular, argues at the widest, not the smallest. He doesn't argue in a box. He argues the whole box. Have you not been watching for the last 15 years, Marty? Or are you just a liar? Based on the shape of your nose and the way it's going for you, I would say you're a liar. What are you talking about? the reason Jay is very successful in his debates is he argues at the paradigm level. He doesn't argue in a box. That would actually be lower tier dialectics. That's like political debates. He doesn't do that. He goes right for the jugular, the paradigm, which you don't like, right? Because you want everyone to grant you all of your interpretations of symbols and stuff.
Because they actually can't defend their faith at all. Not at all. They don't know what the Trinity is. They can't defend it. They can't explain it. That's a fact. Now, what's funny is that Owen is coming along and just basically saying that. It's like, you guys are explaining the Trinity to me. And it's like Father and Son, and then the Son is actually the Father, and he's God, but he's not.
Nobody says the Son is the Father, bruh. See? Exactly our point.
But something. Well, explain that to me. Explain it simply, straightforward, so I can understand it. Nobody can do it.
I can do it. 3 persons, 1 nature.
To this day, I mean, we can. No one's listening to us, though, but we can absolutely explain it. We'll do it today.
Oh, he's going to explain the Trinity. We're going to do it today, right after these messages. If ankle biting was an egg mounted on a small body.
But what's happening is that all Owen is asking for is explain to me how that makes sense.
His fake vulgar language, I know, it's funny. Makes me want to cuss more.
Jim Bob. Half Black Justin. This guy does I'm going to teach your voice and yaps endlessly like not so erudite.
Yeah.
Marty Leads is Gnostic erudite.
He is.
Adderall flipping fudging flap mouth.
Flippity flappy. Yeah, he is. Well, he's definitely got feminine yap energy, right? He's not very calm. Like, you notice the difference between Marty Leads and like a priest? Look at a video of like Father Spiridon or someone like this. And just like, just watch one of those videos. Usually 12 minutes, really concise, really eloquent. And then put it next to Yappity Yappy Eggman here. Like only one of them, their voices can be transposed onto a haircut salon. Onto the female who's doing the haircut. Marty Leads. Every time he talks, you can just take his voice and animate it as some sort of hair salon lady.
Sense whatsoever. Why is Jesus God? But he's his
so
son.
Irritating.
Okay? So it's a reasonable thing. Now, what's interesting...
You know how simple that is? If Christ is the Son, that's actually one of our arguments for the Trinity, Marty. If Christ is the only begotten Son of God, Son shares the nature of Father. You share the nature of your Father, human. Okay? Christ, before incarnation, shares the nature of his Father. What's the nature of his Father, Marty? What's the nature of the Father, Marty? I wouldn't even ask Marty that, because he'd say like celestial, carbon, water.
Thing is that Owen, as far as I can tell, and I'm not sure if he's like in earnest and actually wanting to understand it or know it. I don't know that. I don't know what's in people's hearts, right? That sort of thing, right? But I will say this though, that when like our church, the one thing I even talked about this last week was that like people come to our church because they want
your church
explanations for things. They want meaning.
Yeah. See the difference? He actually at least bites the bullet. People come to our church because they want to know information. Yeah. They want to know meaning. They want to know propositions in their head. This is why it's why you're, first of all, a false church. You have no bishops. You have no authority. Your church dies with you, Marty Leads. When you die, so does the Gnostic Academy. For $24.99 a month, you can get the meaning of words and numbers. He tells you. This is exactly it.
Hermeneutics.
Hopefully he doesn't do a Yurt Cobain after exposing. I did ask him in the email if he plans to do a Heaven's Gate thing. Just let me know in advance so I can cover it. See, this is exactly it. The secret knowledge. People come to my church because they want to know stuff. That knowing stuff is not practice. This is exactly the problem here.
My sphincter has more control than his mouth.
That's right.
They want to make
That's saying a lot, Vagine.
sense of it. They don't want some authority figure, believe in the Trinity. Okay, great. I'll absolutely do that. I just got a few questions like, what is this? I don't get, like, how is this and how you're taking that? Can you please explain that? No one can do it.
What? Watch a video on Bo Branson, dude. What are you talking about? Look how proud he is. Look at that face. Oh my gosh, Lord have mercy. You look like a gargoyle, dude. You look like you're sitting at the top of a building in Gotham City. The yurt, the studs of the yurt, the beams look like your wings. They're about to expand. Oh my gosh. Dude, why? I don't know if that's even true. He says he's talking to Father Stephen DeYoung. I mean, I don't know. I trust Father Stephen DeYoung, has his discretion on who he's going to talk to or not. I don't know. You never know. The contrast and the corrections might be amazing, to watch. Who knows?
None of these guys. Owen Benjamin did a 3-hour something like that debate with Andrew Wilson as the moderator, and it was all gay as hell. It really was. I mean, no offense to anybody there. It just was, because it's like, okay, anyway. So, it was like 3 hours, and at the end of the debate, and nobody understood. Nobody in the comment section would be like, "Oh, it's really easy. The Trinity is this." So Owen, as far as
why are you arguing that the truth of something would be completely necessary for it to be simple? If the truth of your insanity of gematria was so simple, you wouldn't need all these ciphers, you retard. If complex geometry and calculus was true, it would be simple. You would just have it. It would be simple, right, Marty? Right? Complex engineering, bioengineering. If it was true, it would be simple. Do you understand how retarded you are? You understand this reasoning, how broken this reasoning is? And by the way, this is the Bear-Tardian reason. This is exactly the argument Owen said. If the Trinity was true, my little son could understand the essence of God. What are you talking about?
far as I could tell, is like literally, once again, I don't know how earnest he is, whatever, but he's literally like, I'll even believe in the Trinity, just explain it to me so I make sense. The people that come to our church, do you know why they come to our church? Because we explain it.
Because we explain it, meaning you. You explain it. This is another cult tactic that even Owen Benjamin uses. He uses we when he really means I. When Marty Leads charges for his courses and his special membership programs for his secret knowledge, he doesn't say we, he says I. I'm the teacher. He actually makes you sign a waiver. Go ask this guy for his waiver. It's insane. He has it built into his waiver, into the sign-up program where you can't question him.
That's why. Because every single one of these characters in the Bible, the stories, the situations, the verbiage, the doctrines, what is it trying, by the way? We'll get to that. A doctrine, right? We explain those things to the point where it's like old 78-year-old women or whatever, and men can understand it, right? So that's all that Owen is doing, is like, explain the Trinity to me. They can't do it. Doesn't make any sense. No one can take the Trinity and in 2 minutes explain it. 1 minute, 30.
Why would that be necessary, Marty? Why would it be necessary to explain the Trinity, the structured nature of God outside the bounds of material things and objects, transcendent of categories and particulars, transcends our notion of our notion of how we understand identities in the world, temporal identities? Why would that need to be the case? You see what I'm saying? This is why in a debate, this guy would be insufferable, because you'd catch him on this and then he would just run to another thing. It would be absolutely a waste of time. And I've seen it. I've engaged with this guy before. It's manic. It's just manic. Once he's in a corner, he moves to another corner.
30 seconds, 10 seconds, we can.
His argument is that he is stupid and doesn't understand big words, therefore the Trinity. Yeah. This is a common Muslim contention.
We can.
This is Sneeko level.
And we'll be
Watch. He says we can describe it. Watch this.
What he's doing is like, explain the Trinity to me. They can't do it. Doesn't make any sense. No one can take the Trinity and in 2 minutes explain it. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10.
And
seconds. We can.
we can. Oh, he can. We can. For 1999. Goes to show how dumb we've become as a society. We rely so much on tech that we have lost our collective ability to explain and understand complexities. It's almost like it's been done on purpose. Yeah, I mean, is Marty Leads at the effect of this, where the expectation is everything has to be, anything true needs to be reduced to shorthand? Is that what it is? Is Marty Leads arguing that the very nature of God needs to be what? Cataphatic? Needs to be reduced to like a baby block system where you can put the square in the right shape? Is that what you need, Marty Leads? But you need the wheels? Do you need to put a puddle? Do you need a Wego? Do you need a Wego Trinity?
We can. And we'll be consistent every time. Every time. Okay? So what happened is so Owen did what Owen does and starts just ripping on them, right? And he's a comedian. He's never said he's anything but a comedian. Okay? So what does a comedian do? He starts ripping on Jay. And obviously, I mean, everyone said it before, because it's, Jay diarrhea. Look, I mean, it's kind of a childish joke. I'll totally admit that. But it is fitting. Okay? It's absolutely a childish joke. But it is fitting because, Jay, you're full of shit.
That's not an argument, dude. Bro. It's like God changed his mind with fully forming Marty Leads. You know what I mean? He's like taking matter away. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and remove some of that. Some of your face.
Sorry, you're full of son of a monkey, shivering timbers, whatever. So then Owen's literally saying to Jay,
he thinks he's cooking. Well, he does have 37 people in his any given live stream who are like, yeah.
Pick the topic and I'll defend it. Even if I don't agree with it, I
Timu Chets
will still debate you. So
that's funny. Yeah, he seems like a fag.
I've never seen a guy seem so simultaneously closeted and flaming gay at the same time like this.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's the feminization. It's like the feminization starts with the rejection of authority, and spiritual rejection of authority is rejection of the church. Because you, to be a part of the church, you submit, and you're a part of the bride of Christ. And so you actually submit. And the irony is that all of these people LARPing about being strong men and they want women to lead them, they never submit to anything. So they end up being the first feminists are actually men. The first feminists are men. They're spiritually feminists. First, feminism isn't what we see. Feminism today is the entailment, is the later dominoes that fall as a consequence. But the first feminism is the man being like, no, I'm going to be my own bishop. That's the first feminism. That's the first liberal impulse. The Jews were the first feminists. It's only fitting that their culture and their tradition continues to lean into the mother's authority and direction.
He's leaving it open for Jay. If Jay says no, he just shows his flapping frickin' vagina. And that's exactly what Jay did. He said, no, I'm not going to debate you. Owen was literally like, I'll debate UFOs with you. I'm not even into UFOs or believe in them, but I will take the position of debating UFOs just to drag you out of your little shady corner of the internet, where you're all protected. You only do your certain debates with not so erudite and all this other nonsense.
Why would someone debate something outside of their field of study, Marty? Why would that be? That would be like, you need to debate, nuclear physics or something like this. Why would someone do that? For what reason?
No, you've never debated anybody that can actually bring the proofs of the astrology of the Bible to the table.
That's not Jay's fault. You've never debated anyone who actually brings the proofs of the astrology of the Bible to the table. Dude, we're going to debunk that today, Marty. Dude, there's no such thing as proofs in astrology. And by the way, you would need something that's not astrology to appeal to the Bible, Gnostic. Why would you trust the Bible, Marty? Rachel? Kenny Owens started doing bear-level gematria tard stuff yesterday, of course. Are we surprised? It's like, where else could it go?
Academy's use of language is gay. Use swear words or don't.
Yeah. The news kept up on the number 33 Signal Freemason about Charlie Kirk. She's just going to lie. I mean, they're all competing at this point for that demographic. And this guy, as dumb as Owen Benjamin is, he was at least smart enough to jump on the coattails, the reactive coattails of Candace Owens and her army of half-drunk women. You know, all it took is a short video of him putting his rifle in his pants. That's all it takes today.
And that's why you'll never debate me. That's why you've been running from debates for 10 years. And I've literally addressed you. Now, what Owen is doing is showing the community exactly what I've been showing the people.
Yeah, Eli. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah.
That have been paying attention to us for years. These guys are absolute cowards, and they don't know cheese and crackers, frackin' fudges about G. Willikers, anything. Nothing. They can't even explain the Trinity. So that's what's going on there. And so Jay was like, I'm not going to do it because he defaced the holy art of the Orthodox Church. That's an excuse, dude. And anybody can see it. You'll debate women. You'll debate feminist women on the whatever podcast. But you won't debate a comedian who's literally giving you carte blanche to pick what.
Why would he debate a comedian, Marty Leads? Jay wants to debate people who are serious debaters. Otherwise, what are you doing? A meme debate? Jay can accept a meme debate or not accept a meme debate, but he's certainly in the position to reject a meme debate if he wants to without any ridicule. Okay? We know what happens when people debate Owen Benjamin.
Whatever subject you want.
We know what happens with the cult of beartards, of thoughtless beartards, after you debate Owen Benjamin, okay? Jay knows this.
A debate, and he'll debate you. Now, what does he say? Oh, his latest joke is deface the holy icons and blah, 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 blah.
Marty Leads, if you took his voice and put it in a female locker room, it would just match. It'd be fine. You know, 3 chicks sitting around, you know, like getting dressed. It's just Marty Leads just yapping. Is he openly gay? He's heading there. I would suspect that this guy's at the point where he's like a polyamorous at this point. Like that yurt, Gnosticism, there's no way they're not sharing.
He's not even defacing an holy icon. As far as I can tell, that's AI, and that's just of the themes of the of.
Dude, it's not defacing an existing holy icon. It's perverting iconography. You see the halo? The halo has a meaning, Marty Leads. The gold behind the icon has a meaning, Marty Leads. The red and the blue, that has a meaning. The posture, meaning. The lines in the white lines in the face, uncreated light, that has meaning, Marty. That's all being perverted. And you're like, no, it's not being perverted. You're such a simp, dude. When you start simping for Owen Benjamin, Marty Leads, I mean, you're at the end of the road.
Orthodox iconography. It's not even taking an icon and then defacing it like you're saying.
It is taking the tradition of iconography and perverting the tradition of iconography explicitly. It's taking what is presented as a prototype that's inside a tradition that holds it and venerates it meaningfully, that depicts the life of someone who lived a life in Christ. And you're going, oh, let's put poop on it. And Marty Leads is like, no, it's not a problem. It's not actual. That's not actual. That, you know what that's like saying? That's like saying butt stuff isn't a perversion because it's not the vagina. Is that what Marty Leads is saying? No, it's not a perversion. That's the thinking of these people. That it's not perverting the thing because it's not actually the thing. So by all means, you know, do your stuff. It's not a perversion though, because it's not actually the thing itself. Okay.
So you're not even honest there. He's a comedian. Oh, he's so offensive. He believes in God. How many people do you debate do not even believe in God?
What? Oh my gosh, are you retarded? Are you actually retarded? Are you just insulated, Marty Leads? You believe in God. How many people he believes in God? What? 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 How many people does Jay debate that doesn't believe in God? What? Oh my goodness, Jim Bob, I just saw that Trent Hort uploaded an hour video he did with God Logic. He has a train wreck. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll take a look. But we're gonna get into astrotheology.
Isn't that more offensive than somebody that actually believes in God? Whatever.
No, it's not more offensive. It's not more offensive that someone doesn't believe in God. You meet them where they're at. So it's more offensive someone who affirms God, who affirms Christianity and perverts it, Marty. You demon gargoyle, you pervert, you yurt pervert. What is wrong with these people? Isn't it worse that someone's an atheist? No, actually. No. They're judged on their knowledge. You come to a Christian view and you pervert it actively, you blaspheme the Trinity, knowing about it, being raised in it, what it means to do that, to blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Oh, what do you mean? There's atheists that exist. What do you mean? Fucking idiot. Marty Leads, you're a moron. Wouldn't that just imply corn of all deeply perverted forms is totally okay because it's not actually? Yes, that's right, Charles. Yeah. Now, I had that thought, and I was like, no, don't get tempted. I'm not going to respond to OB and his cult on X and all that, right? I might as well delete X at this point. It's literally it's calling me to FedPost. It's whispering to me. It's like, just say it, Jim Bob. Just say it.
Anyway, so what he's doing is he's running from the debate. Why? Because Owen is going to ask questions that none of those other people in their gay little debates would ever ask them. And ever force.
Why does he talk like an actual woman? It's so weird. And you know what it is? That nobody in their gay little debates is going to ask them. Right, sweetie?
An answer out of him.
This tells me that he's surrounded by women. He's surrounded by women. His cult has to be 85% women at this point.
I'm in the same position.
He didn't deny it. I asked him straight out. I was like, is there 85, 90% women now at this point?
Because I've got a whole...
Ladies, welcome, ladies, to the yurt. I hope you're ready for an amazing course on Gnosticism.
A bunch of questions for you guys that I know that you don't know. Shinies from... You don't know... I mean, shut the front door. You're a bunch of scruffy-looking nerf herders.
Yeah,
you have
he's
no
such
idea.
A female, man. It's weird.
And you're scared to death of anybody actually forcing you to address those things.
What?
And that's your Christianity for you. These guys break up the Christ Church. Who are you?
Christ Church? We break up Christ Church? What?
To say who is part of the Christian church or not.
Who are you to say who's a part of the Christian church or not? Who is that? Who is St. Ignatius to say such things? Are you serious? Did he really just go here? Who are you to say who's in his church or not? Sweetie, what church are you referring to? You see how zooted these people are? He doesn't even understand that his statement affirms a referent called the church. It's already a contradiction. The church doesn't exist or it does exist. Is there a referent for the true church or not? Who are you to say who's in Christ's church or not? Well, I mean, if you're referring to a thing called Christ Church, it has some historicity then, right? It just doesn't show up in your mind as a concept in a vacuum, right, Marty? No straight man would follow him? No, imagine him as a bishop? Yeah, it's so emotive. He's a feminist. He's basically, there's a type of feminism with men that preceded feminism with women. And it's this position. Who are you to tell me what a woman is? Who are you to tell me what a wife is? That's essentially what you're saying. Who are you to tell me what the true bride of Christ is? The thing that requires the affirmative of Pentecost and Christ starting a true church, historically, theologically. You need the metaphysics of it. You need the actuality of it. You need it in person. You need to have addresses where you send letters of correction. Okay? You need a place to practice. Your yurt is a place to practice. You're saying it's a church. Who are you to say it's the true church? Can we hear that back? Oh my gosh, it's so feminine.
You don't know shinies from, you don't know, I mean, shut the front door. You're a bunch of scruffy looking nerf herders you have no idea about. And you're scared to death of anybody actually forcing you to address those things. And that's your Christianity for you.
Oh.
These guys break up the Christ church. Who are you to say who is part of the Christian church or not?
Oh my goodness. Oh! What? Are you serious? It's like... Dude ripped his pearls off with that kind of grabbing.
You don't have any authority to do so.
Okay. Watch this. If nobody has the authority to say what is Christ's true church or not, then you don't have the authority to say you're part of Christ's true church. Marty, you're an actual demon. He doesn't understand when he talks. He's so used to talking to a bunch of like desperate ladies in the chat who give him, you know, oh, give me the secret knowledge. He doesn't understand that what he just said refutes his own church. If you can't say what's not the true church, you can't say what is, dude. You just debunked your own Gnostic Academy of Jesus Christ or whatever the hell you call it. He's smiling about it. He thinks he thought he was cooking. He literally just, he actually just refuted that you could know what a true church is. That means everything's a true church.
You don't even know what the church is. None of you even know what the church is. So.
What is it, Marty?
So I posted this. I was like, hey.
He doesn't know. He won't tell us?
Would you look at that? It's a trinity of Trinitarians who can't explain the Trinity.
That's not a trinity.
And that's what it is. Those three people right there, they're going to take the Trinity to their...
That's your own? A picture of the Wilsons and Jay at a debate? And the trinity of Trinitarians who can't explain the Trinity? LOL? Really? Is this where we're at, Marty? Have you ever considered that the reason why you only have an average of 31 people in your chat and your views of your videos maybe get up to like 600 is because of stuff like this? Is this it? Hey, Marty, does Jay, Andrew, and Rachel share the essence, the divine essence of God? Imagine being able to get this emotional from not even talking to anyone, just gay performative narcissism. Yeah. Well, that's kind of like his jam, right? That's what gets the followers that he does have, which are just emotional people who are like, you're right.
Their grave. Just give me a YouTube short that's 15 seconds long that explains the Trinity to me that anybody can understand in a universal transcendental sense.
Why would that be necessary, Marty? Do you see what he's doing? Like, why would that be necessary? If the Trinity is true, then it should be explained in a short. Who just said it before? Who just said it in the chat? We're in idiocracy. The standard for truth, according to Marty Leads, he has the mind of an 18-year-old chick. Well, I just don't get it. If you maybe put it in a short TikTok for me. Wow. Not even his Gnostic church fathers would accept such a proposition. As if deeper metaphysics and examination, which would require contemplation, perhaps even prayer, should be and ought be presented in a TikTok? Dude, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Marty was so excited about the tweet, he took a bunch of screenshots of his own tweet.
Can you do it? No, you can't. None of you can do it. Nobody in the comment section that listened to the Trinity debate between Owen and made by Jim Bob can. Nobody.
What?
We can.
Huh?
What is the doctrine of the Trinity?
Wait, what?
Well, first off, when you talk about a doctrine, right? Like one of the things that Andrew Wilson talks about is the
Oh, if you say it differently, guys, it's you guys. What are the doctrines? What are the doctrines?
the Force doctrine. This is how dumb and how absolutely mind-numbingly stupid these guys are. You don't even know the words you're using. The Force doctrine. The Force doctrine. The Force doctrine. A doctrine requires three things, dummy.
Can you please
it's literally
make the forest stream you recently did unlisted? It's private, but I still have the link.
I have to edit it down. I definitely TOS did a lot, so I have to go back and check.
in the word. Doctrine. That's what it is.
Doctrine. Doctrine. Hello? Doctrine.
A doctrine.
The doctrine, guys.
Means to teach, and trine is what? It's a third. It requires there needs to be a relationship between this thing and two other things in order for it to be a trine. So here you have Andrew Wilson going out teaching the doctrine of force doctrine. What about the at least opposite of that force, which would be the agreement doctrine?
What? Agreements still need force, dummy. An agreement still assumes there's going to be force if you disagree. There's got to be a penalty or some sort of thing you meet. An agreement is a way to utilize force as a secondary option, as opposed to the primary option. It's still going to be there, Marty. You retard.
You're saying something is a force doctrine and you don't even know what the word doctrine means. Then what is the opposite of force? It's agreement.
No, agreement's not the opposite of force. Agreement's not the opposite of force.
Is the Constitution, because they say the Constitution is a force document.
It is.
Force doctrine. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's an agreement.
It's an agreement that has to be backed by force.
They came together and agreed. They agreed to use force, but...
You just contradicted yourself. What a retard. The Constitution's not a force doctrine. It's an agreement to use force. I'm retarded. No wonder people don't debate you, dude. You're actually too retarded to engage with, dude. You just contradicted yourself, like explicitly. Slow motion? Yeah,
Can't
slow
you
motion.
upload it to Rumble?
Slow motion. You earned it, Marty. I didn't know you'd earn it, but you earned it. Yep, 75 it is.
Doctrine means. Then what is the opposite of force? It's agreement. Is the Constitution, because they say the Constitution is a force document. It's a force doctrine. No, it's not. It's an agreement document. They came together and agreed. They agreed to use force.
Fucking idiot. Oh my gosh, dude.
Doctrine means. Then what is the opposite of force? It's agreement. Is the Constitution, because they say the Constitution is a force document. It's a force doctrine. No, it's not.
Yes, huh?
It's an agreement.
50? Yeah, it's worth 50. It's worth 50. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there we go. 50. You earned it.
Document. They came together and agreed. They agreed to use force, but only when what? Somebody broke the agreement.
Yeah, good job, Marty. Wow, Marty. Wow, Marty misleads.
That's what laws are. You guys are retarded.
That's what laws are. Yeah. The explicit use of the threat of force. Congratulations.
I mean, like...
What?
So what is the Trinity? It's past, present, and future. See how quick I...
What? What? How did you jump? What the hell? What kind of drugs are you on? Are you sharing the same drugs as Not So Erudite? Did you guys see that jump?
Together and agreed. They agreed to use force, but only when what? Somebody broke the agreement. That's what laws are. You guys are retarded. I mean, like... So what is the Trinity? It's past, present, and future. See how quick I did that?
See how quickly I did that, guys? Look, I just explained the Trinity so easily. The Trinity is past, present, and future. What? Okay. Is that all it is? Oh, okay, now I understand. Oh, as if we understand it now. Okay, wow. Huh, the Trinity is past, present, future. The Trinity is morning, noon, and night. Huh? What? He's going to show up in the chat. You'll see. You'll see. So it's a divorce doctrine. Yeah.
You see how quick I did that? All these stumbling, bumbling frickin'...
He doesn't know what he means. He has no idea what he's talking about.
You know, oh, corn nuts, gee willikers, dag nabbit, all of these poo out of sticks out there. It can't even explain what Father, Son, blah, blah, nothing.
What?
I just did it for you in 5 seconds. It's past, present, and future.
Oh, the Trinity is past, present, future.
And the thing about the Trinity is that if you do cross-cultural analysis and like a religious study, you'll find the Trinity everywhere.
Look at this. This is how he turbos through, right? The Trinity, as it's presented, is one nature, one essence, three persons. Historically, traditionally, doctrinally, through the ages, what's been defended. And now he just brings up all these things, and watch how quickly he speed runs through them without any explanation or distinguishing, right? None of these, by the way, present nature, three persons. Same nature, three persons. Distinct. Distinct persons, unified in their nature. Well,
Hecate's wheel, the Om, the word, the three spirals of the, like the Valknut up there. There's
that's not a trinity.
The Hindu Trinity. Shiva, Brahman, Vishnu. There's an Egyptian Trinity. Isis, Osiris, Horus. There's an Orphic Trinity. Phanes, Uranus, Kronos.
No.
There's a Norse Trinity. There's a Sicilian, like literally the Italians have this, once again, a Trinitarian thing. What's the French fleur-de-lis?
No.
You can literally...
The French fleur-de-lis is a trinity? The fleur-de-lis is a trinity? That's a trinity? So anything with a three. Any segment with a three, three segments, anything that has the numeric value 3 is a trinity. Is that what you're saying? 3 blind mice, trinity. 3 days ago, I stubbed my toe, trinity. 3 Stooges, Mo, Larry, Curly, trinity. Destiny's Child, Trinity.
literally go around the world and find the Trinitarian doctrine. But
no, dude. Just finding 3 objects in space is not the Trinitarian doctrine.
only the Orthodox and their...
Because that's a meaningless doctrine then. There's not a doctrine. There's nothing there to it. You wouldn't need something called a Trinitarian doctrine if all you're looking at is numbers in threes of things, right? 3 octaves, Trinity. My tricycle, Trinity. 3 Dog Night, Trinity. 3 onion rings. I ordered 4, Trinity. 3 ice cream flavors available, Trinity.
special Trinity is the one that's right, the one that they can't explain, right? Gotcha. Okay, cool.
3 amigos,
Nor do they
Trinity.
even recognize that it's cosmological.
Cosmological? Look, dude, without a revelatory system of epistemology, you can't even get cosmology or astrology, which we'll get into. Like, David Patrick Harry did an excellent coverage of this years ago that I'm going to go back to because it's so good. Even 15 years ago, during my New Age phase, I would have thought Marty Leads was dumb, and I was an idiot back then. Yeah, he's only gotten worse.
Now, this wouldn't even be a problem, except
His understanding of the Trinity is, I see 3 things. That's right. 3 blind mice.
lie about Gnostics
3 amigos. W.
all the time. They bear
3 branches of government. Yeah.
false witness all the time. At least Owen is not bearing false witness in
Oh, Owen doesn't bear false.
in this particular instance. He's just like, I don't understand it. You guys are explaining it to me and it doesn't make sense. That's a fact. He's right. What is the Trinity? What's the first 3 words in the book? We'll talk about this next week. In the beginning. What is that?
What is that? 3 doors down. 3 days grace. 3 little piggies. Yeah. All Trinity. All Trinity.
In the beginning, what? God, right? Okay, so let's break this down.
Well, in the beginning, yeah, but who is God? Who? See what I'm saying? He thinks he can appeal to Genesis. He thinks he can appeal to John. Okay? No. You're going to need to get to personhood. To appeal to any scripture, Marty, that you would have to say is revelatory. Thank you. You have to then justify personhood. You can't reveal, there's no revelation without personhood of God. So who is God revealing anything in scripture? None. Nothing, right? It's just describing astrotheology, right?
Down. In order to have and experience anything, what do you need? Time.
3xyz.
You need this, in this sort of sense, the substance of time. Because everything happens in the movement of time.
Wow.
When it comes to the creation. Right? It's the first thing they give you in the book. In the beginning. It requires, if it's in the beginning, that means that there's a past, present, and future. And that's what...
Why doesn't the same logic of one nature, three persons apply to humans? There's only one human nature. Yeah, it's the same. What do you mean? That same logic does apply. There's one human nature, and God's nature is one distinct nature from creation, and three persons share in that nature. There's three humans in the chat at least. We all share human nature, so what do you mean it does apply? What do you mean? Three-way was exactly Trinity.
That's what the Trinity is, and that's how we explain it. And that's how we go through verse after verse in the Bible and actually show. And it came to pass. That's a phrase that's used a lot in the Mormons. The Book of Mormon is used. And it came to pass. I think used like 1,500 times or something. Like to the point where it's like, couldn't you think of something else to write? Why did they use and it came to pass? Because and it came to pass is a Trinitarian doctrine. And it came from the past, came to the present, and then passed.
Wow. He's like Blippy. He's like a methed out Blippy. Like, imagine everything you said, you got a shot of pride, like a high-level injection volume of pride every time you said anything. And then you ended with that level of certainty. Water, grain, yeast. Yeah, beer is Trinity. Yeah. And this is how cults actually run. They run on ambiguity and certainty, which is funny. It's a funny combination.
You're like an older, based Justin Bieber with elevated testosterone.
Thank you. This is what it looks like. You sell ambiguity with certainty, and you have a cult. Like, he's so certain of the retardation he's saying.
Think of something else to write. Why did they use and it came to pass? Because and it came to pass is a Trinitarian doctrine. And it came from the past, came to the present, and then passed.
I did it, guys. I'm in a yurt.
See that?
See that, guys? You see that? No, they can't respond. Marty, you're talking to yourself, Marty. They can't respond. There's no one out there. There's 31 women who had a rough upbringing. They probably, went into some other cult and they found you.
And it came to pass. And it came to pass.
Just repeat it, Marty.
So,
that's it. That was his point. And it came to pass. And it came to pass. See?
The Son, the Father is the generator. He's the future. Where is our future life with? Eternal life is with what? The Father, who is always in what? The future. And the present is the
No, we wouldn't reduce God's nature, even the Father, eternally uncreated, with Christ, by the way, and the Holy Spirit. We don't put them in the temporal lens of time, Marty. This is why all New Age garbage reduces to materialism. It has to be talked about temporally only. And that's one of the key counters or reasons, bad reasons, people reject the Trinity, or even an investigation of it from a perspective that is supra-rational, that is outside of the constraints of objects in time and space.
Organizer, because that is the logos, the divine order, and that is the Son, and that is in the present. So you got the future, you got the present, which is Christ, and he's always with us, above all, through all, and within you all, right?
He's always with us? Was he with us before creation? Was he with God before creation, or are you going to just reject that part of the Bible?
Then you've got the Holy Ghost, the destroyer, or the past. And what does the Holy Ghost specifically do? In this sense, cleanses or destroys your sins. So what do you have within the Trinity that makes it really simple? Past, present, and future. Now, let me ask you, the Trinity is the
Past, present, and future is a temporal phenomenon, dude. If you're going to argue God is triune, but triune means past, present, future, you're already in temporality. You're post-creation, Marty. You're retarded. You just reduced God into time, Marty. You're a retard. Okay? You should be arrested. If I was the king, you'd actually be arrested for your talking. I'm not pro First Amendment. You're an idiot.
Notion of triunity. That's what the
He's literally appealing to Mormonism.
word Trinity means. Do you ever experience the future, and do you ever experience the past? No. You're always in the now.
No, that's a contradiction. Any experience you have, Marty, is a recollection of the past. Even your concept of a now, the faculties you have that are constrained by temporality, time, space, and matter, you're at the mercy of putting faith in your own faculties to recollect what you're actually engaging with. And you're never engaging with it now because that's gone, Marty. By the time you process what you thought was now, that moment's gone, and you're in the processing, the experience of what you're recollecting in the past, even in a microsecond. So you're really a gibberator, dude. You should be in handcuffs. Like, people think perversion is always sexual. It's not. This is what spiritual mental perversion looks like in real time. And it has the same ick factor as sexual perversion. You know, it's like the OnlyFans hoes. Yeah, we can focus on them, but the thing is, there are philosophy hoes. There's spiritual whores. This guy is a spiritual prostitute.
Oh, the future's right there. Oh, now it's in the now. You can think about the past. You can project into the future.
I think I need to animate this, and it's like a cop who pulls someone over for a basic traffic ticket, and this is just what the cop gets from the guy.
You can use your imagination in the future, but do you ever really live in the future? No, you're always living in the present, which does what?
He can explain the Trinity in 30 seconds with the lady in Total Recall with the 3 bobs. What a midwit.
No, I don't. I get that you can say we're living in the present, but in the sense of how we actually operate, we're actually constantly reconciling the past with how the new future comes to us. And we're in faith about the future. We're constant. Induction is impossible without faith of the future and our recollection of the past. So this is why, when you push back against these new age retards and they sound all flowery in their language and they just basically take advantage of women for the most part who are looking for truth, and they're like, oh, you're my teacher. When you press them on their metaphysics, it actually ends up reducing to temporality, to naturalism. No matter how much flowery language they use, everything gets reduced to the creation. And that's what ends up being the source of their entire argument. It's all about creation. Astrotheology, they're deriving all of their, quote, revelation from physical objects that have no personhood. There's no communication. So it's arbitrary, it's relativistic. Whoever looks up to the sky and makes sense of the sky is doing ongoing revelation themselves. And we'll get into that with the next video of David Patrick Harry. Nerd will dispute there's a present. Everything you experience is past and you act in the future. The present is so small you're already in the past. Yes. Yeah, and that's why it's faith-based. It ends up being faith-based, a conception of the future we're living into that is kind of constructed by our faith-based notion of the past. And we have to trust that. That is regular.
This bald guy should debate Forrest Valkai.
Yeah, I think now. This is why I know this guy's bad faith. In the emails, I said, well, maybe I would debate that. I have to really figure out what your argument is. He's saying Christianity is based in astrology or celestial notions or something like this. You know, I'm not sure what he's actually arguing. And so, and then when you ask him what he's actually arguing, you never actually get what he's arguing. Like, what is he actually saying? As we'll see in the next video, there are certain descriptors about cosmology, astronomy. I wouldn't say astrology, but that are consistent. There's symbols that are consistent that tie into Christianity. They're more like winks. We would say they're more like winks from God. They're not these deep foundational elements that we derive our doctrine from. This is different.
Apps is past, present, and future down to what? Unity. Very simple. Now
Well, Alchemist, that's interesting because he would argue that it is, and this is what gets you back to your problem that you've always had here in our chat as a Calvinist, as a resident Calvinist, is that if you say none of what Marty says is in the Bible and he says yes it is, he just interprets it that way, then if there's no normative authority for interpreting the Bible, you can't really say it's not in the Bible because now you and Marty are on equal playing field insofar as the normative authority for interpreting Scripture. That's the problem. Now, coincidentally, if anyone debated, if it was me who debated against Marty Leads on this matter, is the Bible an astrology document or something like this? You need a normative authority. You need a deep-rooted tradition that says it is, that holds that it is. You need a reference. You need to be able to go back through time and say the people who compiled the Bible and the books of the Bible had in mind an astrotheological or astrological lens through which they utilized and applied these scriptures. Otherwise, he has to say that Trinitarians and the big meanie pants Orthodox people who put the Bible together and compiled the books through a liturgical lens, a Trinitarian liturgical lens, and they preserved it and practiced it. It was literally a document. It wasn't compiled so that people like Marty Leads could sit around trying to interpret it and decode it with ciphers that he needed to wait for, by the way. He needed to wait for all the Kabbalistic traditions to emerge and them to choose their arbitrary ciphers for. He would have to say that they were all accidentally astrotheologians. That they unknowingly organized the books of the true astrotheological Bible without even knowing it.
the question is, why would the Trinity be important to our spiritual lives in this understanding of it? Because what is our goal? Eternal life. To get with the Father. To literally get out of, in one sense, divided time. That's what eternal life is. It's a life not dictated by past, present, and future. You're just one with God.
Who's God, Smiley Pants? You see the problem here? He doesn't know who God is if astrotheology is true. He just smirks. He's like so proud of himself. It's like a dog who pisses all over the floor and wags his tail. You're like, what are you doing? You need a beating. He just, yeah. Who's God, Marty? One with who? Is God a person that you're one with? How do you know who God is? If the Bible, the thing you're appealing to, why aren't you appealing to Islam, by the way? Why don't you appeal to the Book of Mormon or anything else?
This notion of
fucking dummy.
Trinity is, this is why it says Hebrews 13:8. Jesus Christ the same yesterday and today and forever.
That means he's God.
Why? Because the now is the same.
What? The now is the same? No. That means he's eternally uncreated, dummy.
There's always and only the eternal presence of the now.
No, now for you, now is temporal, dummy. You didn't exist eternally uncreated, dummy. You need to be arrested, dude.
You know where you learn about the Trinitarian doctrine and they'll just explain it to you. Do you think I came up with this stuff by myself? I tell you all the time I don't. No, I just either have received it or read it.
You've received it? I'm sorry, you just skipped over that one. Did you just say you received it? What a whack job. Seriously, mental institution. I just received it or I read it. Wait, what's the first one? You received it? You kind of glossed over that, buddy. I want to know this mechanism. You received it? Right to jail. You received it?
The square alone is a symbol of creative...
You're Muhammad now? You're Joseph Smith? Okay. And use the astrology angle to continue to recruit impressionable females. Yeah, that's probably why. That's one of the main reasons I think a lot of these people, and increasingly Owen Benjamin, by the way, he's about to get 50,000 new dumbass females as followers. It's almost like your own punishment. Good. If you've ever, in sin, admittedly, wished something harmful, not physically, could be, but anything against someone like Owen Benjamin, just know he just got his, quote, reward. He just got shared at a super viral level from Candace Owens. He immediately got the dumbest people in the nation, in the world, and they're almost all females. He just got all of those people. Those are his new base. Those are the new bears. The wine bears. The female single mom wine bears. God is good.
Creative wisdom, the plumb of the upright stature of the living man, and the level of recumbent posture of death, closely assimilating the three stations with the original Aryan symbolism of Brahma the creator.
It's hilarious that he calls Jay diarrhea. I mean,
Vishnu the preserver and Shiva the transformer.
What? That's not...
It is significant that all three of these qualities, beauty, should be singled out as the eternally perishing and eternally reviving quality of the manifested universe. The Trinity teaches you, this is what Frank C. Higgins, a Mason. Oh, he was a Mason. And he's literally telling you about the Trinity so that children can understand it, and not one Orthodox understands it. But they're trying to explain it to...
Where did you get the concept of the Trinity, dummy? You're going to affirm the Trinity that's sourced in Orthodox writing and theology, that's affirmed and defended through councils in Orthodox theology, but you're going to go, they don't understand it?
To Owen and be like, well, the Father, they're one, and they're God, and blah, 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 and you have no clue what you're saying. What we're saying is, man, it just goes right with the Bible. It's like literally the...
It goes right with the Bible. Yeah, your own view of the Bible, right, Marty?
First three things, like in the beginning, they give you time. So, what else is this, though? It's not just...
Okay. Now, let's move over to something a little more serious here, because Marty Leads is a lolcow. He's demanding. I mean, the level of emails that he wrote me, it was crazy. It was like a crazy ex-girlfriend. He's begging for it. Begging to debate me on this. Is the Bible astrological? Now, this is an older, excellent video, 5 years ago now. You'll even notice the difference in David Patrick Harry. He looks like a little kid in this film.
Try that. Today I'm going to be moving through...
It's like a baby. It's like a little baby.
Through some of the main arguments of people like Jordan Maxwell. Some of you guys may have got into astrotheology. I know I did when I was an undergraduate at IUPUI. I first got into Jordan Maxwell and Michael Tsarian. I don't know if you guys have heard of them. And they're basically this whole hermeneutic of looking at world religions on the basis of astrology.
This is Marty Leads, okay?
That, well, the Star of David, the six-pointed star, Judaism, it's a worship of the planet Saturn and Saturnianism, and that's why then the six, and they worship on Saturn's day, Saturday. Islam, it venerates the planet Venus. And
honestly, David Patrick Harry literally just did the intro parody of what would be these other channels. Like, that's what they do. They just say stuff and they just associate things. And then you wake up one day and you're Zach Hubbard. You're gonna, it's just an accident that house was built with 33 studs.
this and that, and Christianity the Son. So we're going to be getting into all this stuff. But then we're going to be highlighting really its explanatory failings. Right?
Yeah. Keep in mind, explanatory failings. This, if I were to debate someone like Marty Leads, this would be the angle. It doesn't actually explain anything.
At first, first thing is there is truth within astrotheology. Many of the things we're going to bring up today, we're not going to refute. Okay, yeah, agreed. But the implications, the logical follow, isn't where the astrotheologians are going to take it, right?
Right. I want you to understand this. Really important. Not just astrotheology, but there's a variety of other worldviews that might descriptively say something true or point to something that's symbolically relevant. Even in orthodoxy, looking through the ages and different cultures and traditions and epistemic trees, if you will, we can pick out things that are true because they can be adopted into the Christian paradigm, the Orthodox Christian metaphysic. And something like logos spermaticos, which is this phenomenon, could only be realized through the Orthodox paradigm. But we're not perennialists or syncretists. If you reject orthodoxy, but you try to adopt a logos spermaticos impulse, which is to say, look across traditions and views and theological views and try to pick out the things that are true because, why are they true? Because I feel like they're true. So you end up in two camps, perennialism or syncretism, and sometimes a combination. I would say Marty Leads would be a combination of the two.
Right? That all of creation, all of the Bible, well, it's a semiotic, it's symbolic, right? That the true revelation is in the heavens, it's in the stars. Mm-hmm. But the problem, as again we'll highlight, is how do you know the true interpretation of the zodiac, of the stars, of the heavens? It's a semiotic process. The fundamental basis of
It's esoteric, too. It ends up being esoteric. Marty Leads internally. That's why he said, I received it. Because his epistemology has to be rooted in that he personally received it from from who? From a God that was already revealed and deposited his faith to us? Why use the Bible, Marty? You don't even need the Bible. If what you said is true, you don't need the Bible. That's how we know Marty Leads is full of shit, because if his epistemology was true, which would be equal and on par to Joseph Smith, you wouldn't need the Bible to begin with. You would have the stars, you'd have trees and water, and you'd have all the things you call a Trinity in the world, and you'd have your own direct revelatory system that would just come to you anyway. You wouldn't need text. You wouldn't need traditions of the past at all.
Astrotheology is semiotic interpretation. How do we know the correct interpretation? Well, there is no revelation. There is no fundamental basis to justify its own interpretation. And other things we'll get in.
So another thing here, sorry to stop it so much, but it's important. For Marty Leads to appeal to the Bible, he's appealing to previous revelation and previous revelatory systems that are inconsistent and incompatible with his system. And this is exactly what our argument is against Muslims. The Muslim dilemma, the Protestant dilemma, the Mormon dilemma. It's this constant appealing to Christian revelatory systems and the Bible and past traditions that are maintained by people with deep, rigorous theological commitments, and just undoing it all and just be like, I'll take everything the fruits of it. I'll just reject everything that preserved and produced the fruits of it. It makes no sense. It's like taking the peach from the tree and rejecting the tree and pretending you just got the peach. You're like, oh no, I got the peach.
Into morality, the lack of an objective morality. Astrotheology likes to talk about global domination, cultural tendencies to manipulate people and societies through religion, and implying that these things are all bad. Well, where from an astrotheological position can you get a moral argument against many of the claims that they put forth?
None.
Unfortunately, as we'll see, is they adopt a Christian morality, and so that Christian morality is something that, again, they don't recognize, because much of the astrotheological worldview fails to look at any of its presuppositions.
Mm-hmm. It ends up being deterministic when you press on it, honestly.
It's interesting because it occupies, when I was preparing for today's stream, and gosh, Got so many things to get into. But when I was preparing for today's stream, I was thinking,
See, this guy would be the best to debate Marty Leads. It's just that David Patrick Harry doesn't really have the time or patience necessarily to deal with someone as low tier as Marty.
astrotheology has a lot of insightful things to provide you, none of which are going to debunk theology, orthodoxy, logos theology, tradition, Christian dogmas. None of them are directly going to refute. What I've noticed is that the astrotheologians, look at a Maxwell, look at a Tessarian, there is really insightful information. Yes, there is deeper research, but there isn't the sophistication to recognize the failings of perennialism itself. Astrotheology is built upon the perennialistic worldview that somehow I don't have to account for my own epistemology, right? I don't have to account for any of that, but I can...
Yeah, and it produces a bunch of autodidacts, which, if you're looking at the phenomenon of the Charlie Kirk thing, it's kind of relevant, isn't it? The autodidact investigator. I mean, the phenomenon is nominalism, essentially. Like, we've been on this for a while now, finding nominalism everywhere.
Can go ahead and start taking and decontextualizing all these different things in world religions and say, look, they're all the same. Look.
Is astrotheology just a consequence of Catholics' natural theology? I don't think so. I think it might be historically, Jason, someone correct me in the chat. I think it's historically the other way around. I think older existing assumptions about, but the natural theology doesn't refer to nature in that sense, Jason. So natural theology in the Catholic sense, what they're calling is natural and referring to as natural. Yeah, it might include nature out there and the order of the world, but what they're referring to, Jason, is your reasoning capacity. That it's natural. The natural man and his reasoning faculties is enough to gain the knowledge. It's not about the stars itself. People sometimes conflate the two. Natural theology, it sounds like you're looking at the stars and stuff. No, that's not what they mean by natural theology.
Look, Horus and Apollo and Jesus Christ and Mithras, they're all the same. Without ever, one, justifying your epistemology, or two, recognizing the uniqueness and the differences and the differentiations and the distinctions between these worldviews, these ideologies.
Here's another good point that I would rip Marty Leads apart if I were to decide to waste my time debating him is, when you say something's a symbol, what's the next question you ask? A symbol of what? You see, like, symbols in Christianity make sense because there's a referent for the symbol. Look at all the iconography behind David Patrick Harry. As you'll learn on your own or listening to me as I learn more, everything that's depicted in an icon, that's written in an icon, has a symbol and a meaning that preceded the making of the icon itself. So when you say, well, oh, it's a symbol, Marty Leads runs on symbols. Oh, is this a symbol of this? Symbol of that? You need to ground symbols. To say, look at the sky, look at the stars, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at all these things. They're symbols. They represent something. Okay, what? What do they represent? And they just go to another symbol. They're endlessly linking symbols together, and there's no epistemic foundation or key to the symbols. There's not a map of the symbols that has a key, like on a map. It's just symbols upon symbols.
These religions is that because of its semiotic process, the whole basis of astrotheology is symbolism. And that symbolism is an interpretive process. And so we see the quote mining, we see the effort to reinterpret.
Speaking of symbols, use money as a symbol for your
the symbolic paradigm.
Appreciation of my channel. Pay your taxes. It's a symbol.
That it has constructed. But does it have a metaphysics to even account for the worldview that it's providing? Astrotheology wants to talk about reason and logic and symbols and even archetypes. But, okay, what's the metaphysics for those things? It doesn't have one.
That's exactly what I'm saying. The metaphysics for it. What are you actually referring to? What's the referent that this is an archetype of? Nothing.
It doesn't have one. So we're going to be getting into a lot of these things today, and hopefully it will be insightful. Hopefully it may help people. I know that, again, for me, when I came across astrotheology as an undergraduate, it took a while for me to shed that as the ultimate explanatory framework for world religions, because when you first encounter it, It does. It feels like, wow, this is the thing. This answers all the questions. I can see the symbols. And it does aid, to a degree, in providing an ability to see things that maybe you didn't see previously, right? So you didn't recognize the December 25th or the spring equinox or all these different things potentially related, symbolic, or how the sun, the actual sun, can be symbolic of the way in which we understand divinity, symbolic of the literal things that the Logos, Jesus Christ, provides for us. But do we worship the sun? Of course not. And so that failing to actually distinguish philosophically, theologically, they don't provide a lot of that stuff, right? I've never heard an astrotheologian actually know anything about Orthodox theology. Therefore, they don't know anything about original Christian theology. And yet their whole thing is talking about Protestantism and Catholicism.
Thank you.
Of which we would, as Orthodox,
Trinity.
say, yeah, Catholicism
I need a
and Post-schism,
trinity
started
of
adopting a
super
lot
chats.
of perceived pagan
Well, no,
elements.
there's 4 left.
And I wouldn't be surprised at all if,
Thank you, Suzanne.
Papa Frank
Thank you,
over at the
Suzanne. Appreciate
Vatican
you.
actually believes in an astrotheological worldview that God, first of all, he's clearly not Christian, whatever he is. I don't know what he is. Call him a Mason, call him a communist, call him a Satanist, call him part of the Lavender Mafia, most likely. I don't know what he is, but clearly he's not Christian, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was of the astrotheological worldview, because what that does is it provides another basis for mystery traditions, mystery religions, esotericism. The whole practice of magic itself is about...
Yeah, it's a trap, and that's why. Like, if you just saw the little clip from Marty before in his yurt, he even said it. He said, you guys, all 31 of you, come to me, come to my church, he calls it, because you want to know basically the secret descriptions of reality. You want to know what the meaning of symbols are. That's it. That's all you get. That's it. You might as well just pay for a course online to give for someone to give you just a straight up descriptive course on symbols, the symbols of humanity throughout the ages. There's probably excellent books on it that just literally just say this thing, traditionally means this. So I call it folder chasing. You're chasing the golden folder, the folder of divinity. You're going to gain eventually the knowledge of pure divinity, which is you acquire all the folders, which is interesting because Mormonism is basically that. It has some Gnostic notions inside of it, and even their concept of divinity is intelligence-based. When you press them on it, it's the acquiring of basic, even where people live. I know someone who lives in Ecuador. They have to wait for their priest to come into town to deliver the Eucharist rarely. So,
harnessing the power of the stars and bringing it down to worldly events. So, anyways, that's kind of my opening. We got a lot of content to get into today. First thing I want to say is you guys can probably see that I'm a little dressed down today on a Saturday. That is because shout out to holymyrrh.org. Shout out to my buddy Justin, him and his wife. They were so gracious to send me some t-shirts, some ortho merch.
Nice.
And so that is what I'm sporting today. So here...
Nice. This is 5 years ago. We can't be certain that this shirt still exists.
If you guys would be interested in one fit great, Jay Dyer. I'm not sure if that is actually the Jay Dyer, of which if it is, thank you so much. Oh, he's part of the church. Fine. I'm not trying to pressure anybody, but sign up. Why would anybody do research of taking the English word and then showing, well, the W doesn't exist in Hebrew, and then doing an etymological breakdown of the Hebrew? It doesn't make much sense. It's like, brother, John 1:1 that you just referenced, that's actually logos. Now that's tied to a whole philosophical tradition of which none of these people bring up, right? It's always a symbolic interpretation. So here's the first book I was going to show you guys. Another one. This is actually a fairly popular one.
Is that you, Marilyn? Is Marilyn in the chat? I love God, all things. Okay, Marilyn.
People in these circles, and that is The Devil's Pulpit, right, by Reverend Robert Taylor. And he was in English unfulfilling. And it doesn't disprove anything because, again, they're not getting at the fundamental basis of the theology itself. Now, they deny the literality of it, of course. Maxwell talks about, as we'll get into, that Jesus Christ is purely a symbol. He's purely a symbol. And so another thing with
See, I don't think Marty Leads would say that. I think Marty Leads would say Christ was an actual person, but he was trying to teach us gematria or some shit.
Theology is they never get into the historicity of the Bible, the historicity of Jesus Christ, the historicity of the apostles, because it's all a symbolic process. It's symbols. And because the analysis focuses at the semiotic level, It doesn't have to engage with the historicity. It doesn't have to engage with philosophical, metaphysical understandings. It just stays in the realm of the visible. The realm of the visible, which is so limited. It's so limited.
Also, you could look into hermetics, this kind of view. And honestly, it's just all of this stuff is another way of saying self-evident truths. If you really press on it, it all comes down to, oh, it's just clear. Can't you see? It's clear as day. Duh. I know the interpretation of Scripture. I'm Marty Leads. I started a church.
Yeah. But anyways, Manly P. Hall, in his Secret Teachings of All Ages, he was a proponent of the astro-theological understanding. Again, he was a Freemason, so you can understand that most Freemasons probably believe this same idea as well. There's another gentleman that I got very much into when I got into astrotheology that you guys may not have heard of. His name is Alvin Boyd Kuhn. So much of the evidence of this worldview goes back to ancient Egypt. However, one of the things that I noticed is, and it could have just been a misspeaking or just hearing it wrong. But when I rewatched some of the videos that I used to be very much into when I was in astrotheology, like a Maxwell presentation, and when he's talking about Osiris, he was the ultimate god. He was he was trying to talk about the meaning of the word God. And so he had two, if you watch the whole thing, he actually had two different etymological reasonings for the English word God. One was, well, you just add an O, you just take out an O from good and you get God.
Oh, God, no. This is Owen Benjamin level stuff.
Okay. Then the other one was, well, God's just dog backwards.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Lord of mercy.
And he says, well, that's because in ancient Egypt, Osiris represented, the dog star, right? And therefore he was the highest of the deities in ancient Egypt. That's why we call God God. These aren't actually that strong of an argument if you started getting into more of a scholastic interpretation. And one of the things, when I say anything about scholasticism or anything today, I am not promoting the academy per se, but more of a rigorous analysis of things. Again, Jay Dyer is not a PhD in the academy, but the way in which he presents his information is much rigorous. That would be called scholarship. So it's a scholastic approach to information. And I feel like in some of the things, not necessarily Alvin Boyd Kuhn, that's why I became so enamored with him. It felt like he was morals and dogma, TRY, astrology, is the worship of stars and other heavenly bodies as deities, or the association of deities with heavenly bodies. The most common instances of this are sun gods and moon gods in polytheistic systems worldwide. Also, notable is the association of the planets with deities in Babylon, and hence Greco-Roman religion, vis-a-vis Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The term astrotheology is used in the context of 18th and 19th century scholarship aiming at the discovery of the original religion, particularly primitive monotheism. Okay, so this is a big one, because this is also within the astrotheologians that you're familiar with. Some of them are humanists. Some of them are atheists. Some of them actually don't believe in God. But somebody like a Jordan Maxwell would say, no, I do believe in the divine. It's an extremely abstract description of God, right? It's, again, that same problem that we have in opposition to orthodoxy. We begin with person, attributes, or operations, then essence. Clearly, they're beginning with essence, as does all the other world religions, because they don't.
And that's a key. This is a key thing. Even if you tried to assume some sort of revelation system through the stars, as Marty Leads would have to do, he is a person. So he as a receiver, he would claim he's the receiver. He literally claims he's receiving truth. Something's communicating with him, but you need personhood. You need knowledge of personhood. The revelation of the person needs to be revealed to humanity. Humanity itself, what humanity is, needs to be revealed to humanity. But a lot of these people just start with that, and they go, oh, no, I'm a human, and, Christianity is trying to whisper to us the truth, but it needs to go through the lens of Marty Leads and his gematria system to understand it. But Marty Leads is a person, right? So how does astrotheology, astrology, how does a rejection of orthodox metaphysics, ultimately, and the church, how is Marty Leads going to get things like personhood? How is he going to ground the metaphysics of free will and the pursuit of what he calls knowledge as descriptions of the world from a Gnostic lens? And participation. What is he participating with? He couldn't tell you. He just skips all of that, just like the atheist does when you debate and you go, are you a person? And they're like, yeah. You can't. You can't even justify being a person. What does that mean? We're going to see this come out on Wednesday when I debate this guy who claims Christianity and rejects death before the fall and all sorts of things that I might just very well grant him his perverse biblical summary. But the one thing he's not going to be able to figure out, if evolution was true, is this nature of human, the nature of humanity as a category. You don't have it. Neither does Marty Leads. Marty Leads, very simple. This is why he doesn't engage with this kind of level of counter arguments. He wants to just drown you in his own material, his own excrement, mental excrement. He'll just drown you in that when he can't even justify what it is to be a human being without Orthodox Christianity. As if Owen Benjamin couldn't become more brick-headed, he staunchly believes panda bears are fake, bioengineered synthetic out. Well, his job is to just say the dumbest shit. That's his job.
Have a personal God, and there isn't a personal God for the astrotheologians. It's the architect. You can see why, again, why Freemasonry adopted it so well. It's just God is the architect, and look, he designed the stars, and the stars have these symbols, and this is the true revelation. And this is where early man, again, so scared of the dark, that this is where he got all his mythology from. He just looked up at the night sky, and that's how he created his world. That's how he understood reality. Yeah, is that true? To a degree, yes. But that has very little explanatory power for the entire phenomenon of religion and theology. Philosophy is a sort of diminution of theology. Theology is trying to accurately describe what reality is. If there is a God, then what is reality? And that's what theology is really trying to do and really interested in. So anyways, let's continue on before I get off on another tangent. Unlike astrolatry, which usually implies polytheism, as we just highlighted, frowned upon as idolatrous by Christian authors since Eusebius, astrotheology is any, quote, religious system founded upon the observation of the heavens, unquote, and in particular may be monotheistic. Gods, goddesses, and demons may also be considered personifications of astronomical phenomena such as lunar eclipses, planetary alignments, and apparent interactions of planetary bodies with stars. Astrotheology is used by Jan Irvin, who he's not exactly the most credible individual in the world. Jan Irvin has basically, he's written books claiming that Christianity is also a mushroom cult, trying to build upon the research from John Marco Allegro and his book, The Sacred Cross and the Mushroom.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot, where it's just like, he'll just figure out what's kind of trending, and he'll just dive in. And then he'll abandon it. He doesn't care. That's why it's like, you're not really engaging with anything but a radio station, essentially, with that guy. A loud one.
That really didn't gain much steam. Even people who are into the argument of psychedelic Eucharist within Christianity, they have to hedge the way they walk around Jan Irvin, because he is not the most... That's something you'd be interested in. Go check that stream out. But even that idea, which was further developed than just entheogen theory of the origin of religion, he talked about how psilocybin may have benefited the niche occupation of arboreal primates
Yeah, this is like Joe Rogan level stuff.
who got out of the canopy and started to walk on the African grasslands. Mm-hmm. However, as I highlighted in that video, the Academy really doesn't support that idea, and really nobody outside the psychedelic community really supports that idea. But anyways, continuing on. In regards to the history of this astrolatry, okay, this is, I think, useful and important. Babylonian astronomy from early times associates stars with deities, but the heavens as the residence of an anthropomorphic pantheon, and later of monotheistic God and his angels, is a later development, gradually replacing the notion of the pantheon residing or covenanting on the summit of high mountains. Astrolatry does not appear to have Astrolatry does not appear to have been common in the Levant prior to the Iron Age, and becomes popular under the Assyrians, okay? The Sabians were notorious for their astrolatry, for which reason and practice is known as Sabianism. Similarly, the Chaldeans came to be seen as the prototypical astrologers and star worshippers by the Greeks. The term astrotheology appears in the title of a 1714 work by William Durham, Astrotheology.
Tie-Dye Conservative says, I am delighted to tell you I attended my first Divine Liturgy. Glory to God. Thanks for letting us know, Tie-Dye Conservative. How was it? I assume it was beautiful, because it is. Thank you for the $5, y'all. 2 out of 10, 18 minutes left.
Theology, where he hyphened the term. A demonstration of the being and attributes of God from a survey of the heavens based on the author's observations by means of Mr. Huygens' glass.
See, you have to look, it's really simple. The Marty Leads of the world, if you're listening, you dum-dums have to just rely on a very charismatic person who beats you to the punch and looks to the heavens and tries to derive some sort of position. And ultimately, as David Patrick Harry mentioned, is that you have a big obvious one is the moral position. What is the most moral approach if you tie astrotheology and astrology together to inform you on your belief and how you behave in the world? Well, astrology is talking about the positions of planets and objects in the sky and their effect on human behavior. So you're already leaning into determinism a little bit there. Further, if you reject determinism, you need to appeal to a metaphysic that justifies personhood and will, which you don't have for either astrology or astrotheology. Neither give you who man is, what man is, who God is, or the nature of God. Neither. That's why. So again, if you want to go deeper into that, I highly suggest that one. I just wanted to get that first part because he really put out the biggest problems up front. He gets pretty granular with it with most of his videos. So that's an old video called Debunking Astrotheology. Christ, solar symbolism, and the astrological origins of religion. There's no holy tradition in astrotheology. There's no holy tradition in astrology. There's no affirmative authoritative office you can hold. Marty Leads would say he's a pastor or a preacher or something like this. Why? You're just some dude, just like someone else could be some dude. There's no real delineation between authority. There's no epistemic grounding for your revelatory system that you, Marty Leads, openly admit that you are the revelator. You're the receiver. It's been received through you. You're literally claiming to be Joseph. We're in a time period where there's a multiplicity of Joseph Smiths. Even Candace Owens saying that she's walking with Charlie Kirk's ghost, essentially, who's whispering to her sweet truths about the case. Like, that's another form of Joseph Smithing around, right? Candy Owens. It's wild. It's a wild time. It's like we're in like this strange, bizarro world where the modern embodiment of a false prophet is multiplied by the medium of technology. That the ability to be Joseph Smith and Muhammad is it's so available to people through this medium. It's crazy. It's actually horrifying. I mean, it's funny in like a lolcow sense, but you zoom out and take a breath, it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. The stars are the gods to ancient culture. All you modern people have it post hoc. Are you being sarcastic? Do we have some of the Marty tards? Maybe I should have some of them call in. Are you being sarcastic and making fun of the view? All you modern people have it post hoc. No. Gods refer to beings. Like if you said an object, the stars as objects are gods, you're just saying God is creation. So you have no distinction. First of all, it's incoherent to say the stars are gods. There's a multiplicity of gods. So you're already in apeirotheism. At worst, polytheism. But you don't know how many stars there are as objects. And the nature of each star is different, but you're saying the nature of each star is also God. What? Eternally uncreated? Okay, so what distinguishes a star from the earth? Or a rock? Or a rabbit? Everything reduces to everything is eternally uncreated, which is the Mormon view. And it's materialistic when it comes down to it. Nominal and materialistic. Marty kicked me out. Well, you got to follow his rules, Felix. The good news for you is you can just as well start your own yurt cult and probably do better than him. I don't suggest it. I suggest you go to Divine Liturgy. But, you know, if you are in the cult of Marty and you still assume a lot of the broken, incoherent positions on God, God's nature, stars being God or something like this, nature being God, you're in the wrong. You can't defend it. It's completely incoherent. Abiogenesis is basically we will discover life. Oh, by the way, I'm going to be on, there's a woman named Rebecca. Usually I don't talk to women. She focuses on evolution, and she invited me up on Thursday on her channel. Also, I'll do that in the afternoon, evening, I think. I won't dual stream that one. I'll stream that day and then just be a guest on her channel. So we'll do that, and we're talking about evolution and these debates. It'll be coming off of the Wednesday debate against a person who claims Christianity is compatible with evolution, which is, evolution's a really favorite topic, but what's even more crucial is people who are claiming Christianity and evolution. That's a crucial thing that needs to be demonstrated to be irreconcilable, which it is. You can't reconcile the two. Exiled from the yurt. Yeah. Poor guy. Starting your own cult is the most American hobby. Yeah. The only star I worship is Sydney Sweeney. Yeah. So anyway, this stuff gets produced because of the ability to just get access to information and just form your own crap. And that's exactly what Marty Leads did. And the ability to yap, which I got to give him credit, the ability for him to come out with words per minute is pretty unmatched. But once you get into questioning it, and he's a little snake too, because I did consider debating him, but the thing is, he went from, hey, debate me on whether or not the Bible is an astrology document, essentially. And then he capped it with defend your faith. Those are two different prompts, dude. That's why nobody wants to deal with you. You can't even coherently present and stick to a prompt, even in an email, man. Horrible, horrible. 10 minutes left, 7 left, y'all. Pay your taxes. Anyway, let's move on to something else. That'll be its own thing, I guess. What was I doing? Looking around. Got that. Honestly, I gotta sign out of X. It's killing me. It's killing my spirit. It's chipping away at my soul. My light is diminishing. X is a candle snuffer. That's what X is. It's a candle snuffer. If he would agree to it, the Lore Lodge would be a fun debate. He's an Anglo-Catholic Freemason that believes in evolution. I'll debate anyone who thinks evolution is true. What makes evolution incompatible with God? No, I didn't say it's incompatible with God. I said it's incompatible with Christianity. You need to when you say God, you need to be very precise about who God is. I don't grant people God. They don't get away with just God. No. Genesis speaks about kinds and how creatures came from them. Yeah, comes from kinds. If a creature comes from their own kind, that necessitates a universality of the category of kind. You need a kind to say that statement. But the problem with evolution is that the nature of something is changing. I brought up that video with Nathan Jacobs, Nathan Jacobs, about how there are essential properties of something, like a square was the example. A square definitionally, there are essential properties that make something a square and something not a square. You can't violate that identity. There are accidental properties you could add or change about the square: the length of each segment, or of the segments, the color of the square, the position of the square, whatever, the angle of the square. Those change, but the nature, the essential properties of a square doesn't change. But the problem in evolution is that something as essential as what distinguishes a mammal, mammary glands, would have to change over time. So when you say kinds, evolution, there's no such thing as a kind. Under the Christian view, there is a kind, and you could have multiplicity under that kind. You could have a multiplicity of things that pour forth from a kind, but it's still in the category of that kind. The irony is that only from a creation view of nature can you actually justify a thing called the clade and separate clades. From the evolutionary view, there's only one clade and one kind. It's life itself. It's all just big biological monistic creature. The best argument, David, against evolution, insofar as presenting it compatible with Christianity, is the nature of man. If God created man in particular, made in God's image, then creatures weren't made in his image. And if man is made in God's image, he has moral culpability. Now, if evolution was true, which is completely incoherent, man is the result of a long biological process after creation, post-creation, secondary creation, morphology. So now you need some arbitrary position on when mankind takes on human nature. But guess what? You would need sex and death before man, from the evolutionary view, arises in his current form. He has to be the product of a long process, post-creation, post-fall even. So how could man be created in God's image pre-fall, but has to become man post-fall? That's incompatible with Christianity. Doesn't make any sense. You can't do it. God logic. There was something, Jake Panicino, Brachiolis, Jake, the metaphysician Bronchioli, he actually pressed, I can't find the clip though, he pressed David Wood exactly where I was saying David Wood's going to really start losing his position, because he's made his way with the anti-Islamanity, right? And that's been a thing that Jay's been focusing on. But it falls apart when the Muslims that are smart enough to learn this have to be smart enough to know it works against them as well. So that's why you might not see it. But Jake, the metaphysician, he pressed David Wood and said, you don't know your own theology. You don't even have a firm position. And the irony is that pressing the Muslim against the necessary affirmative of the Torah and early Christian tradition, they call it the 7th century Islamic dilemma. And as I said, the Islamic dilemma reversed on Mr. David Wood. I'm not trying to embarrass you, David Wood. It's just that it's true. If the Muslims are smart enough to reverse engineer the Muslim dilemma, which they have to affirm its validity, which is kind of, contradictory because they're still Muslims. If they admit the Muslim dilemma works, but it works just as well against the Protestant or the churchless apologetic, the Muslims are going to start using it. They're going to start using it. It'll at least be at worst, it's a draw. It's a stalemate. And I think they should. Honestly, I think if you're Muslim, you should take the Muslim dilemma and use it against Protestants. Why not? Do it. At least puts you on even ground with them when you're losing. Speaking of losing, 4 minutes left, 4 to go. Not one goal met. Not one goal met. David Wood goes to a synagogue. So there's that. What else did I see online here? Saw some things here and there. Saw some stuff. Went online. Whew. Saw some stuff. You wrote a book? Did you write a book on evolution? Oh, I can't wait.
My gentle and of course very modern apes, I wrote a book.
Okay, Millhouse.
Well, okay, not just me. A lot of people wrote this book, but I'm one of them. I'm one of the writers. That counts. Is the title and thumbnail of this video click?
What is that? Humans, the evolution of a species. Well, hey, listen. I'm not going to buy your book, Erica. Gutsick, nasty little Gibbons. But if you send it to me, I'll review it.
I think I'm gonna make it clickbait. I think I'm gonna trick you into watching this commercial. You buy this book. I was paid a flat rate as a writer, and I'm shilling it to you because I'm proud of the work that I put in that made it into this thing. So buy it if you want.
Even the statement, the evolution, it says the evolution of a species, that statement's incoherent. The species is the thing that needs to be the species itself needs to be the identity that's undergoing some changes that you're calling evolution. But if the species itself is the thing that's changing, you can't refer to the thing that's a species if it's evolving. What are you referring to that's evolving? Nothing.
Pay your taxes for Currylandia, you Jeets.
Yeah.
But if you do buy it, please.
Like humans. She has humans, right? On it. Humans, the term humans isn't an objective static category that you can refer to say they're evolving. There's nothing called a human. There's nothing called a whale. There's nothing called a species. That's why they don't debate me.
Please buy it from the link in the description or from your local retailer because...
Well, you know. Anyway. She's another one who won't debate me strictly on evolution. All of these people go, no, I'll debate you. It's just that it has to be creationism versus evolution. No, that's a false dilemma. That's going to come up Wednesday, because if you're going to say evolution's compatible with Christianity, you need to start with two assumptions. You have access to Christianity, so you can compare an external view to it and see if it's compatible, and you need to access to evolution. The person who I'm debating on Wednesday doesn't have access to either. So I'm gonna have it's gonna be a double attack on him. He's gonna have some trouble against me. So that's silly. Nominalism strikes again. Did she draw the pictures too? 20 seconds left, 4 to go, y'all. Support your local island. It's past her curfew, yeah. Anyway, did I miss any drama? Let's see. I've been looking at some of this stuff. It's hard to digest at this point. I saw, it must have been clickbait. I saw something from Steven Crowder that says fascism might be necessary or something like that. Yeah, we had you up, DBH, baby. You were talking about astrotheology because, you know, I told my audience that I came home from liturgy yesterday and I opened my email and it's like endless aggressive, challenging comments from Marty Leads about debate me, you coward, on the Christian the Christian doctrine is fully founded on astrology. I was like, are you sure you know what you're talking about? Do you even know what you're actually claiming? And then he goes, no, not astrology. I mean, it's celestial. What does that mean? What are we talking about here? So he really wants to debate me, and then I thought of you, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to review some of DPH's debunking astrotheology, because right at the front end of it, you really destroy anyone like Marty Leads off the bat, which is they don't have a revelatory epistemology. It has to be autonomous. You know, which is why Marty Leads just bites the bullet at this point. He just says, I received the truth. He literally just does a Joseph Smith. It's crazy, man. Avery's saying Ortho Bros worse than Muslims. Yeah, that's just worse for what? How can Ortho Bros be worse than Muslims if there's no church to argue against? Muslims, what are they actually arguing? What are Muslims actually acting against if there's no true body of Christ. You know what I mean? There's nothing there. There's nothing to complain about. Well, we got to save the Muslims. They're so missing the mark. From what? From a false doctrine. Okay. Where are you going to move them to? A true doctrine. Okay. Does that necessitate a church? No, don't talk to me about that. I don't do that stuff. I don't talk about true churches. They pick and choose from different traditions. Yeah, and I was talking about perennialism and syncretism, how you actually do see not a huge amount, but you can meet people even at your own parish that might have, if they're Orthodox or if they're even inquiring, they might have some background in sort of some New Age, some mystical approach to reality, and they're actually drawn into Orthodoxy because of that. But they're also more vulnerable to being drawn into the Marty Leads kind of stuff, because there's nothing required of you. There's no sacrifice needed to be in Marty Leads' cult, except for the money you pay for the doctrine that he offers. But people are drawn to Orthodoxy because of the mystery. There's a mystery of it, and the impulse toward a perennialist view, or some sort of notional view where you can go through the theological target lane and pick and put what you want in the cart. There's no epistemology. You're just granting that these things are on the shelf already. You just throw them in, right? Buying cereal. There's an element of Orthodoxy that actually justifies the thing that you're intuitionally picking out, which is like, oh, there's something true about this. There's something true about X. There's something true about X over here. What's tying all of these truths together? And unfortunately, a lot of people move toward a perennialist approach or a syncretist approach instead of finding Orthodoxy, where you could actually ground what makes any particular percolation of these other side theologies true. They're not all true because they have one truth. But if they have one truth, something else is true. If they have one truth you can pick out, that means something is ultimately true through the lens of which you pick out that truth, and that's Orthodoxy. That's why we actually have a term for this sort of percolation across time. I've been watching you since the car streaming days. Wow, thank you for watching that far. Big 50 in DKK. Thank you for the great content you put together throughout the years. You're welcome. Yeah, and I've got a very exciting future for myself. I gotta say, I would be lying to say I wasn't partially spiritually relieved at even the notion of a future of being an iconographer, God willing. Not totally in my hands, of course, but partially. I am very inspired about that. In fact, I told some of you, if you were late, there's actually a monk in my area who's an iconographer, who's a hermit. And he lives in a monastery just about 40 minutes from me. And I'm going to at least start with one visit and tell him my intentions. If a divine liturgy, an Our Father, and a few Hail Marys is the solution, Jews and Masons wouldn't have 6 million organizations with the anti-Christian power agenda. I'm not sure who's arguing that. We're not legalists. Oh yeah, that's where I started. I started from my little Prius stream. I worked as a jewelry maker throughout the day, and during lunch I'd eat my sandwich really quick and try to get 40 minutes, 50 minutes in with you guys. So, no, not becoming a monk, not becoming a hermit, but I've had 2 interactions with this priest. One, he corrected me at the Eucharist, because I lifted up my son to get it, and he said, "No, you first." And I was like, "Based." Owen Benjamin alt account? I doubt it. He doesn't actually need alt accounts. He doesn't need them. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Thank you for reminding me. Jonathan Peugeot, other turbo. Yeah, let's get into something I'm interested in, because I'm not really in reflecting on any drama and stuff like this. You can't fake this? That one? That must be it. All right.
So when you see people kind of moving into that on a larger scale, but
by the way, in my pursuit of even doing my next icon, I've realized a big problem online is there's a lot of fake icons. A lot of fake icons. It's crazy how many fake icons there are, and people are manipulating them. It's not just perversion. Like, we're not talking about Owen Benjamin level attacks on iconography. We're talking about just like almost like seemingly innocent or naive approach to reconstructing icons with Photoshop and importing a vector here, but this part's painted and all that, right? And so when iconographers, maybe who are practicing or newbies, don't draw or write their own prototype pattern, they find some. And the problem is people are finding fake prototype patterns, and they're making them. So you're getting like legit egg tempera icons being written that are reflections of false manipulated prototypes. So I thought, I gotta meet up with my nerds, man, because my nerds gotta help me, because there is something that's in need right now with the use of modern technology. By the way, this is how modern technology like blockchain ledgers can help orthodoxy. A preserved NFT, and I'm not talking about selling icon NFTs. I'm talking about preserving and archiving NFT format of icons, historical icons, existing icons, and prototypes for future iconographers to reference, and having it preserved on a ledger, and it's authorized and verified and tracked. It has provenance on the ledger, and you can go there as a source. Now, other people make archives, and that's all well and good, but the preservation of the digital, if you're going to operate in the digital, you might as well go to a place that actually has the verified icon archive. So icons depicting the Father, yeah, depicting the Father at all, yeah. Depicting the Father at all, yeah. The more I spend online as an Orthodox Christian, the more I want to delete it. I'm definitely going to just stop engaging on X, I think. It's bad. Like, YouTube's fine for me because I observe or listen. I've been watching a lot of technique videos on iconography, but as far as X, it's a hellscape. It's a hellscape. So I missed the super chat. Hold on. Sandbox. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on just a second. I watched The Dinosaurs on Netflix. Oh, that one. They say an asteroid eviscerated all life on Earth, and immediately say birds are... Yeah, I know. They don't even care. They don't care. They don't care what they're saying. At this point, they're just trolling you. They're like, they're retarded.
it's veiled. Mm-hmm. You know, it makes me like, you know, you...
Are we started?
Yeah.
Wisdom is built in her house. She has human eyes and others. She has lofted her meat and she has mixed her wine. She has also...
There's a website out there that makes icons. Yeah, there's monasteries that are schismatic and they source a lot of icons too. It's like, you know, I almost see it as an obligation, people in the West especially, that a whole wave of new iconographers come out of the West. I hope to be, God willing, to be one of those people. And as I said on a previous stream, I think iconography is going to be one of the key things, the sort of like sneaking force that's going to convert America to orthodoxy. If Jesus is God, why is it okay to have icons of Jesus but not God? God's a nature, the person of Jesus. Christianity is incarnation theology. Jesus is the icon of the Father. He is the image of the Father. So it would be don't depict the nature of God. You can't depict the nature of God. God is the nature. Christ is the person. You're depicting personhood. Person. Christ is the image, the icon of the Father. We are icons. We are icons of Christ. So, Jesus is literally the walking depiction of the Father. So, of course, it'd be okay. That's like saying, if Christ is God, why is the incarnation as in human form okay? Well, then now Christianity's gone anyway.
Whoever sees the light turning here, as for him who lacks understanding, she says that his comma, eat of my bread and drink of the wine I command.
Yeah,
but
beat me to it.
To live and go in the way of understanding.
All right,
Jonathan.
It's good to see you, Father. I was like, is this part of the discussion? It's good to see you, Father.
Good to see you too.
That was great. I love coming.
This is great.
City.
Glad to have you.
It's a great parish.
Thank
Beautiful
God.
Icons.
Thank God. Yeah, I was kind of surprised too, which makes it better.
It's also because I didn't give the right date. I told my friend that I was coming, and then I gave the wrong date, and then it was like in the morning. I guess I surprised everyone.
This is
just
great.
showing up.
This is great. It's much better this way. How have you been? You are always busy.
Yeah, for sure.
You're always doing a lot, and
no worries.
This is a hard part. I was thinking,
Street.
and there's just so much we can talk about. But I just want to talk about a couple things to start off with you, because one of the first things is you're really busy. You did ARC again this year. I really appreciated what you had to say. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about, actually, was the kind of proliferation of AI icons, the proliferation of AI-influenced church, art, culture, things being influenced, kind of dovetailing a little bit out of our last little thing we were just talking about with exterior influences, kind of influencing. What made you, first of all, did you get to, they give you a theme, what the theme's going to be, right?
Yeah, they're the ones who asked me to talk about AI. And I mean, obviously I've been talking about it for years now, and so it felt comfortable.
Should I grow a ponytail just the Mog Pajot? Megan? Mike Bob? Man bun? Ponytail? I could rock it. I could do it.
Comfortable with that subject, probably why they asked me. And also they put me at the end of the day when all of the AI people had spoken. So they had like the head of Anthropic for Europe and Asia, and they had some pretty big people. And one of the AI ethicist who works for Anthropic, the lady who basically assures that that Claude doesn't go crazy.
I actually did the course with an AI ethicist in my iconography course. He was in my course.
Basically. And talks to like all these different religious traditions. And so I was the last one of the day, and so I was really nervous because I was like, I'm going to talk to all these.
See, I'm not getting an answer. Emoji. I got an emoji answer. That's not very clear. Look, just, the Nazarene vow,
AI people. But the reaction was really positive. You can't see it in the video, but people gave a standing ovation. So I thought, okay, so the questions that
well, just a rat tail.
People feel nervous. Even people that are even pro AI or for it, they also feel nervous. It's very few people have a kind of unmitigated love of this thing. Most people feel it's ambiguous. And so I think it's important for the church, for Christians, to stay in that ambiguity and kind of open it up and be able to help people see that this is a very dangerous thing that we're bringing onto ourselves, and especially with the posture that people are taking towards it. So I think you're right in terms of the church will really have to ask ourselves this question. In the Protestant churches, they're already dealing with AI sermons, all of this kind of stuff.
Unmitigated.
People just have their AI write the sermon, and then they just basically read it, and so I think, and the same, like you said, now for a while the AI wasn't really able to master iconography. They would create monsters. Like I remember, it would create
Six fingers.
Yeah, or even like, let's say like Christ with like the veil of the Theotokos, something really monstrous, like something that would be, that would cause excommunication if it would ever like appear in a church. But then now it seems like it's mastered it more and is able to actually represent what we would recognize as being traditional icons. And so the question is, what do we do now that we have that? And I think that we have to, it's forcing us, I think, to be deliberate about certain things. So for example, in terms of theology, you would say that the means of production of the icon is not part of our dogmatic statement about the icon, right? So, because obviously the people at the Seventh Ecumenical Council didn't think that you would have robots making icons, like they didn't.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know what parish this is, but I'm actually not familiar. Where's Justin Merck when I need him? I'm not familiar with even this style. The head, at least from what I learned so far, these heads are very big. I don't know if it's a different style, but they're almost, I mean, I don't want to speak ill of any iconographer, but they're almost OO-ish in some way. But I don't know. I'm just beginning. So I only have what I have. I only have the information I have. They're big heads, though. Coptic looking. So I don't know. Are they in a Coptic? Why would they? I don't get it. Why would they be in a Coptic church? Did he wrote them? He wrote them? I mean,
Really?
I don't know.
Think of that. So now I think we have to be deliberate and ask ourselves the question. A lot of people have an insight that it's wrong, but why? Like, what's the problem with it? It's not a dogmatic problem. It's an ecclesial problem.
If it is, he wrote the icons. Okay. I'm just wondering, like, if because it's, I don't know. I'm just studying Byzantine style, and Byzantine style is very strict on proportions. There's like a real math to the proportions.
It's a problem of what is the church, and then it can help us actually also, I think, answer other questions, right? So some, I don't want to accuse anyone, but in certain jurisdictions now, right, they have all their services on apps, people in church with their phone, on the app, that kind of stuff. And I think that the AI icon is going to...
The Orientals took, you notice a major difference. I actually, early on in my inquiry, I think I may have been, I wasn't a catechumen yet. I was too late. We were too late for church. And so it was packed. And we were like, okay, well, we could either stand or just, if we're close enough to another one, we'll try another one. And I didn't know enough yet, exactly. But we drove over to what I thought was another parish. I walk in, it's kind of empty. It's not very populated. And I immediately noticed a distinction with the iconography. And I was like, this is off. Something's off here. And I left. I didn't even ask anything else, which is so interesting that from aesthetics alone, I was informed by something by aesthetics alone. Isn't that interesting?
Push us.
Like aesthetics communicates in something.
To ask questions about that, and then ultimately it's going to help us sort out a lot of this other stuff, which I think is difficult. And in terms of the icon, I think that we have to realize now that the act of making the icon is part of the liturgy. Right. That obviously it's not directly. It's like a kind of external. It's an adjunct to the liturgy, and that we have to remember that.
It's interesting because, the church, she's never proactive in these things. She responds.
Yeah, of course.
She responds, which is, in our time, there's so much that needs to be responded to. And for a lot of us, I'm starting to take the position of just waiting in kind of awe and with bated breath of how she's going to start responding. Because a lot of these things are coming.
It's Serbian? Do you think that's Serbian aesthetic? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe.
To a kind of critical mass, but as you know, they've been building for a while.
Yeah.
And these are issues of the anthropology of the church. Like, who do we say man is? Who do we say what man is? And that's something that is getting lost, I think, to some degree also with the transhumanist argument, because all these things are like the kind of tentacles reaching out and kind of in a bad way and approaching things. But in regards of like where the icon and the misappropriation of the icon, our lack of defined theology around things like, have these dogmatic statements. Like, for instance, for me, I found that, starting in 20, it reveals something that many of us knew implicitly. We had the intuition that, icons, they're sacramentals, to use that term. And just like so many of other things, they are not adjacent, but they are these aspects of where the spring of liturgical life, you see it flowing out of the temple, right?
Yeah, good way to think about it.
And so in 20, we began to see like there was such a kind of irrational, concerted effort that seemed removed from the theology of the icon, that seemed removed from even some of what the icon says anthropologically, right? But because it was kind of attacked, right, in regards of like, vector of disease, all those
Georgian? I'll
things, which
Where's Justin
it stands,
when I need
I think, for us to talk about that just a little bit, because one of the things that was really clear for me and for a lot of people was our tradition has countless, it's in the calendar every day. The calendar has some sort of commemoration of an icon of the Mother of God, usually Our Lady or Christ beating back a horde or a plague or whatever.
Right.
So that response
that makes sense.
is in our tradition. And it's one that is, empirical.
I found one immediately, and there's definitely a distinct. He is actually a Georgian master iconographer. Amiran Goglids. And right away I noticed the distinction of the larger heads immediately. I don't prefer it myself, but who am I?
It's one that's empirical. So anyway, I think that began to reveal like, well, we've lost sight of what the icon actually is, and it's interesting because some of the soft iconoclastic soft kind of iconoclastic like positions people might have started taking in with a kind of periphery influence from Protestantism. People coming in, not having some of those Protestant iconoclastic tendencies like really purged from them.
I don't know. I think it's good to be an icon snob, honestly. I think it's good. I think to hold icons proportionally and high standard to it. Like, I can see where there's different styles and stuff, but there's meaning behind proportions as well. So, I don't know. I have a lot to learn.
Another rabbit trail, we'll get back to it. But I remember back in the days of like Friendster, right? And like Friendster was like pre MySpace. Yeah. It's like MySpace and Friendster, but it was like you remember MySpace, right?
Yeah,
I'm dating myself. So Friendster, I'm just saying that to give reference. So in the Friendster forum, back in the day, I remember watching an interaction with a couple people, right? And the one person says, this is early, do I really need to venerate icons to be Orthodox? And the response was, no, not really. It's something that you can kind of take or leave, And I remember even back then just being like, I couldn't handle it. The date is important here. Yeah. The date is important here. So I saw that even back then, this kind of tendency.
Yeah, I saw this question before, and it's a very bizarre question to even ask. Do you have to venerate icons to be Orthodox? It's like the theology itself, the incarnation theology is iconography would just be a natural extension of this, an expression of this. It's like if you were Orthodox, you would venerate icons. It's not like the question is a legalistic approach to the position anyway. It's like it's a malformed question.
And so for a lot of people who may have come into the church, their stance in regards of our stance, like on Sunday of Orthodoxy. At this point, I've had 3 people I can name, I'm not going to, but I've had 3 people walk away from the faith. Eventually, either not completing a catechism, or they said, this is just too much, and what it revealed was there's this cancer that was still in their soul and in their mind around it, because the anathemas are too much. It's like, like really over an icon, see that type of...
5 minutes, 7 to go on this one, y'all. Didn't meet the last goal. 7 more, 5 minutes to go.
Ignorance, right? It reveals something. So anyways, so I see that there, and then we understand, well, the icons are sacramentals, and which reveals something, right? Which leads us to this in regards of AI icons. And of course, number one, obviously, the medium is the message, and it's very applicable here, right? The connection between God and man. But it also begins to show us, like, okay, well, what do we really believe about not just the icon, but what do we really believe about our ability to encounter God? What do we really believe about God's desire?
Is a cross? Yeah, a cross is an icon. Some would even extend to say like our homes, even our homes, our houses.
His willingness, and even to some degree, God forbid, his ability to enter into, our space, the material world, all these things. That seems kind of extreme maybe to some people.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is.
Yeah. Well, in terms of that, I mean, you would say, let's play devil's advocate a little bit and say, some people will say that if the AI makes icons, right, and makes them properly, then that's good. It's good because it's part of it's revealing.
He's at a Serbian. Yeah, I could see that. He's at a Serbian. Yeah, but someone mentioned that the style is Georgian. I think it's very clearly that he studied. I think he probably studied. Maybe you should ask him. This Emiran Golglids. Hey JB, is the red halo of Byzantine Eastern Orthodox tradition? No, it's usually gold. But what's consistent here is the background is gold. So Byzantine is mostly gold, and then the backgrounds can be gold or a very rich heavenly blue. But the red that's coming through the icon is a design. So you just see red, but I'm assuming when you get closer to it, there's actually more inside of that's not picking up that far away. But red is a color with meaning. I'm planning, maybe with the help of Justin, I'm actually planning a really interesting stream on the theology of color and overview, at least conveying what authoritative sources are teaching about color and just reflecting on that.
You could say the aspect of the icon that is right. And I'm sure that that's something that you'll hear Orthodox saying, which is that if I can use AI to make an icon that's dogmatically right, that doesn't have mistakes in it, then what's the problem, right? Because here is the icon, and this, because the AI is an extension of the human, then it's just basically an extension of what the icon is doing. And so, they might say something like that. Well, this is God making himself present even through these external means, right? And so these are things that we have to think about, right? That we definitely have to think about. Now, the way to think about it is understanding.
The thing is, when an AI constructs what you call an icon, it's not an icon, but it's not a person, and it's not knowing the choices it's making. It's not knowing the meaning of what it's doing. And I would argue that the process of iconography itself is a theological practice for the iconographer, which is missing. Like, you get an icon that's not produced by an Orthodox Christian who's in prayer and fasting, in the process, suffering even through it, contemplating through it, that all of that ends up on the board. You're getting nothing, sterile.
The way that I think about it is something about holiness, right? This idea that holiness is dedication. This is related to the phone as well, right? Which is that a holy thing is something which is dedicated to God. And so we take a cup, we have cups everywhere, we have cups in our house, but we have one cup that is dedicated, and we dedicate it to the service of God, and that is what makes it a holy cup, right? And so I think that is, to me, like the direction to take to understand the problem of these technological things in the church, which is that I can ask AI to make AI icon that's Orthodox, but I can ask AI to make an icon of Harry Potter or of whatever, of anyone, and it'll do it.
And it does.
And it does, that's right. And so it is the opposite of dedication, whereas the artist that learns to make icons because they have been trained, they are under the authority of a bishop, they have all of this hierarchy that they're participating in, therefore they are bound to making canonical icons. And if they don't, there are consequences. And so I think this is the same thing with the phone, right? The phone is a non-dedicated object. Right, so you can use the phone to have your prayers, but you can use the phone to watch porn.
That's right.
And so this is a very dangerous thing, right? Because you can move from one thing to the other. It is the opposite of dedication. And that's why I think that this is something I have to take very seriously. And I've seen it, right? I've been in churches where they use the apps, on services. And obviously, young guy, looking at the service, and it just takes one swipe.
That's all it takes.
To go to Instagram and to check out your messages or to do something else. So because it's non-dedicated, it is a tool of distraction. That's what non-dedication does. And so to me, that's the vector to be able, for the Orthodox to start thinking about what sacredness is, what holiness is, dedication is, and to then, if we can see iconography through that lens, then we understand the need for iconographers.
Yeah, and you're also knowing, like I'll say it again, when you get an authentic written icon, and it was done by a human being who's and particularly an Orthodox Christian, what goes into it. Like, it's better that what goes into it, but certainly that a human being who struggles with his own sins, he struggles with being Christian, even, who's had to go through something to actually write the icon with purpose and meaning and intentionality. There was sacrifice to it. Machines don't sacrifice anything. There's nothing sacrificed in a machine doing it. Even if you direct the machine, there's something very peculiar about iconography. I was even talking to Megan about this, because it was like what happens when you agree to write a lot of icons? Do you something more obvious from any other type of situation? What would be obvious if it was in any other situation would be you just figure out a way to optimize your time and sort of almost mass produce it, paint a bunch of backgrounds or whatever. And I thought about that, and I was like, no, there's something very special and almost necessary. No, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. It might exist. But to me, there's something very special and necessary about writing the entire icon yourself, including things that seem to be filler. Oh, fill in the background, right? If you can train someone to fill the background, why wouldn't you, or something? Well, no, I want to do that. I want all of it to go onto the board. I don't want to separate it out. I don't want to compartmentalize it at all.
Who are submitted to a bishop and who have, in some ways, promised, through that submission to make things that are meant to participate in the church in the right way.
I think when you interrupt you real quick, it's unfortunate because I think the word you're using in our language is the right word, and I want to use a word that's inferior to what you're using, but I think it's going to get the point across more. Set apart, as opposed to dedicated. And the reason why, your word's better, but the reason why I want to just say I think we should say set apart for holiness is because dedicated in our adulterous generation still has this weird potential to being I got my side piece.
Side piece.
Right. Okay.
But really set apart in the sense of it's over here.
Yeah.
It has no other purpose.
Right. Yeah.
But that.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that.
and we know it.
But that.
If someone, if someone was thirsty and went into the altar to get a chalice to put water in to chug some water, it's that person.
Yeah, it's gonna get taken out back.
It's gonna get taken out back, right? And so this is how we need to think about these questions, right? And especially I think with icons now.
But I think what it shows also too is, again, to my point earlier, we haven't really been seeing icons in that light.
Mm-hmm.
CGI as an animation? I would push back on that. CGI, at least how it's been done up until maybe now, is that there's still people who have to make the frame, the structure of the object. If you go into a 3D animation program, you actually have to build the character. You're just building it in what looks like 3D form, so the frame, the fundamentals of the frame is still there. Drawing the structure of the body, it's just not 2D, it's 3D. You have to draw in physical form the structure of the body. You have to rig it. You have to rig it properly. Ask anyone who's working on Blender. They're definitely animating. It's just that you're using a different medium. It's not classic frame-by-frame animation. What you're doing is you're building an object, and you have to animate its movements in a different way. And still, it's using a type of frame-by-frame. It's just that you're you're basically manipulating a puppet that you make that's physical. So I would say that 3D, what's called 3D animation, is actually digital puppeting. The same way you'd have in a puppet, person doing a puppet with their hand behind the stage, you know. That's a real thing. I have to give because I've done the work in Blender, and there's sacrifice in building 3D model, absolutely. NFT blockchain purposes is amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna start reaching out to people, maybe even Father Turbo, on this issue, because it does solve a huge problem for Orthodox people. Because look, you're not going to be able to stop people from perverting iconography. The Owen Benjamins of the world are not going to stop. The New Age chicks, the lesbians who learn, you know, proper Byzantine style and pervert it, you know, by painting Freddie Mercury or whatever, they're going to do what they're going to do. It's actually a protection of orthodoxy and Orthodox application and use of iconography, not the idea of iconography out there. It's actually a good protection. So I think it's possible. I think it's possible. CGI is never done from scratch. Well, it depends on what you mean from scratch. If you open Blender, you are actually going from scratch. It gives you an object and a canvas. It's just in 3D form, and you have to build and stretch the canvas or the object in the canvas. So, I mean, that to me, that's similar to an open page with a pen.
And this is something we've all wrestled with over the years.
The problem with the purity, taking a purity, mechanical purity approach to it, is you're going to be left arbitrarily defining. You're going to say, well, animation isn't real pictures then. You know, if we placed you back when animation figured out how to use the translucent paper in the cells to do animation at the time of Disney, someone will say, that's not drawing, right? You know, that's something else. You're doing something wacky over there. The real form of depicting something is still and proper and not moving and frozen in time, you see. You know, they could take that approach too.
Icons on shirts, it's kind of like in that middle ground. Yeah. It's getting to the edge. And I think it's good in the sense it's...
I worked on films. That is not how CGI works. What do you mean not how CGI works? There aren't a slew of artists who have to build the characters and put skins on them. What do you mean? That's how it works. You have to build the characters. It's painstaking. There are people who, on films, CGI films, there are people dedicated to just sections of hair on a character. That's literally what they have to do. They have to manually build, shade, and rig hair. You're like, oh, what'd you do today? What's your next 3 months about? You know, work, honey. Hair. I'm literally crafting hair.
It's, like you said, it's making us really think about, because if we don't revere the icon as it needs to be revered, why would we expect the world or anything else? Because that's another part of this, is the world is now beginning to appropriate the icon, and not in a kind of just a kitschy way, like every once in a while, because even back in the day, there'd be people who were kind of ortho adjacent, and they would, you know, a lot of high church people and other people, they're kind of ortho adjacent, and they'd want to like appropriate the icon.
No, it's just, all that's doing is just equivocating on the term animation. Animation, you have to get precise on what kind of animation. You're going to use cell animation, cell by cell, frame by frame. That's different. But animation means to just make something come alive and give the illusion that it's moving. Are you going to say that, you know those animations you draw and you spin a... What do they actually call it? A carousel? Carousel? I don't know if they call it a carousel animation, but you draw something and you spin the device and you peek through a hole and it's animating. Or a book, right? You're moving the page of a book. You're drawing all the images on the book. You're making something. You're giving the illusion that something's moving that's not actually moving. That's what animation is to me. The animation is giving something the illusion that it's moving when it's actually not moving. So computers do that. They do that with objects. They give the illusion, right, of movement.
To kind of promote their, like, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's now.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's another good question. Is claymation animation? Yeah, I think you're animating an inanimate object. It's not ink, but it's clay, and it's the same principle where you take a photo, a still of a still product, and then you move it a little bit, and then you move it a little bit, and then you put it together, and it's animated.
Now in the sense where people will even use it to, you know, just kind of like almost in a bad pop culture sense way.
Yeah, that's what I say. Animation is the creation of moving images. Yeah.
Appropriate some of the kind of affect.
Yeah.
So even movies are animated. Even actual movies, I would say, are animated.
Of the icon, right? So we don't have, you know, our approach of the icon or our understanding of it being holy. I don't even know if we're holding it as a church in that same sense.
I've been thinking a lot about that, and I think that obviously it's very difficult to come to a final decision. So,
Speaking of animation, you guys need to animate your wallets.
a good example, I think it's in the 13th century in Constantinople, 13th
Yeah,
to 14th century.
I think that too.
Noble people.
Stop motion what? Stop motion animation? Mation? I mean, where do you think they got the word mation from? Claymation is animated clay. Animation. It's animated. I don't understand this, you guys. You guys are purity... Chris, you're purity spiraling. You're actually... Like, I think you have good intentions in fighting against, like, AI demon crap. But AI and everything that humans build are just tools. They can be used for perversion. They can use for not, right? They can be used for either. But like you're drawing like almost like a neo. You have like a neo-Luddite intuition here that's coming into play. It doesn't matter. All of it is man. God gave us the ability to lowercase create with all of the tools that we make, and people are going to pervert those tools. The question isn't whether or not something's a true tool or not. That's irrelevant. That's not a true shovel. What do you mean? It's literally a shovel. It's not using human power. It's a hydraulic shovel. No, it's not. It's not a shovel. Yes, it is. It's a type of shovel. It's doing the same things. So it's like, this is a trap. The trap is painstakingly try to categorize things to pure form, to non-pure form. But what's really in play and what the most important thing is, how does man utilize what they have? That's the question. That's the important question.
Started putting icons on their clothing, right? So they would have embroidered icons on their clothing. And ultimately the church said they couldn't do that, right? But there's like this limit. So we've always had icons of Christ on coins, right? So people you could use coin to buy, a pint of beer. You could use coins to buy very horrible things, but on the coin is still this icon. And so it's like, how do we find the balance? At least in the way that I see it now is,
the big problems of AI is how it's replacing. I don't know if you're talking to me. That's not a contradiction. It's literally what I just said, if you're talking to me. How you use AI, I'm asking the question, what something is irrelevant. How it's used is relevant. So if the problem is how humans use AI, I'd agree with you. You have to make a choice. You have to make a choice to choose to make things. You have to make a choice to, but with AI, I don't care about AI replacing humans for a number of things. Like, that's the thing. You can't just like do a broad sweep and be like, AI, the tool made by humans, just shouldn't be used. Why? Well, why? Because it replaces something else? No, that's never been the case in humanity. There's always something a human makes that replaces what a human... That's literally why they made the thing to begin with, for the most part. They make a thing to replace so they don't have to do the thing, right? Now, questioning the ethics of that is a whole other thing, but what's in question is how we use stuff, how we use what we make. There's going to be choices to be made. Like the iconography is probably the best example, though, is even if there was a system that could fool the eye insofar as depicting an icon and producing it, and it made it look real and everything like that, and then they printed it on the special paper that had texture, so you really were fooled by it. The question is obvious. The answer to the question is you want to know a human made an icon because it's integral to what iconography is, to the metaphysics of it. Whereas something else, it's like you can't really make those arguments across the board. Iconography is distinct. It's not just art. It's not just painting. There's more to it. That's what draws me to it. There's so much more to it that it escapes these other questions. Like it just escapes it. It's like the answer is very obvious that iconography is done by an iconographer, the person. Watch my Neo-Luddite podcast live on YouTube. Oh, nice. Check it out.
The icons that we venerate and the veneration that we bring to the icons in some ways adds to its sacredness, right? Because we venerate it. And then there are icons that we don't venerate. And there's a reason why we don't venerate it, usually because they are in this non-dedicated space. So, icons on t-shirts.
Is the atomic bomb a tool? Well, you got to separate the technology from the use. So the technology does something, and then the technology that does something can be used for something. So you might be able to reorganize the technology of an atomic bomb and actually power something as opposed to destroy something. But the fact is that both the thing that it is in physics can do either. You got to choose it. That's why ethics and creation, lowercase creation, go hand in hand.
Are nothing compared to icons on Instagram.
Right.
Yes, I got the joke.
Right? It's like, because you're scrolling down Instagram and then you have an icon and then you have someone else, or people who use icons as their, profile images, and then they go and say terrible things. So how do we deal with it? This is the way that I come to deal with it, because the question is so difficult. Icons on paper, like people who put them on their business cards or on
bulletins,
on church bulletins.
Trash,
yeah.
right.
So all of this is very difficult. I think we also have to not go.
Oh, Justin, yeah, we were looking at the icons behind here, and I'd never seen this style before, and I was thrown off, and I was like, as a person just inquiring about iconography, of course I know everything about it, and so I was like, what is this? Like, why are the heads so big? This is not what I learned. So I didn't spurg by any means, Justin, but I was like, where's Justin? And I looked it up, and there's a specific Georgian style, for some reason, developed with larger heads. Am I allowed to have a preference? I think so.
Go crazy, because if we go crazy, then you're going to, when you have an image of an icon on your computer and you delete it, where does it go? It's like, where is the icon in this case? It's very vague and it's very difficult too. So I tend to also say, well, let's look at the icons that we venerate, and then make sure that the icons that we venerate are not AI icons, are not.
I haven't seen the style. You look up a guy named a Georgian master iconographer named Amiran, Amiran, Godlize. Immediately I saw the style, like immediately. But I gotta be honest, it kind of throws me off, to be honest. Here, let me show you guys. Like, you could tell it's like it's got beauty, and there's something rich about it for sure. But I think it's just from learning proportions. Like, I've just been diving into proportions as a key element, and the big heads throw me off a little bit. That's all I can say. It just throws me off a little bit. That's all.
Kind of just And it's not like it can't, because we have to be careful, right? Paper reproductions have become miraculous.
What do you make of the Hawaiian mer streaming? I believe mer streaming icons are legit wherever they are.
That's right.
And so it's not.
And poorly executed icons from an objective perspective have also.
And so God will use the icon in the way that it used. I'm sure God could heal someone through an icon on Instagram. I think that that's completely possible. But our responsibility, I think, is in some ways kind of at least be able to guard the dedicated aspect of the.
But see, someone would make the argument, the normative, and understanding that there's a kind of normative prescribed way in which God works, and guarding that, the exception proves the rule.
Yeah.
And by doing that, it makes it an even safer place of discernment. So when God does do something outside the norm, it makes it easier for us to say, like, well, God does what he wants, right? But this is, right? It's just like God.
Yeah, it's like we have stories of saints that receive communion literally directly from the angels.
Right.
So it's not like God won't commune anyone anywhere in the world, but it doesn't mean that now if I'm having coffee and donuts, I can say, hey, this is communion. It's like, no, it's not communion. It's like the communion is in the altar.
Well, Saint Sophrony, he says how Saint Silouan would say, God can give, I'm rephrasing it, but God can give direct revelation.
Yeah.
But his way of working is to the spiritual Father. That is the way that he's ordained, that's what he chooses. That doesn't mean that he can't or doesn't, but this is for the majority of time, this is how he does it.
Yeah, that's kind of what took me back. I was like, the heads, right when I brought this on stream, I saw the heads were very big, and I was like, that's very Coptic looking. And I was like, are they at a Coptic church? But they're at actually his parish.
But when we don't have that understanding.
Is cloning a tool? You mean like biological cloning? Yeah. That's a tool. That's a technology.
And I think that's part of the thing is when we don't have that understanding, and sometimes you have to push in one way or the other depending on the context. It's like if you're working with a certain medium, you would need to maybe, depending on like if the board is more porous, whatever, you didn't just whatever, it's like, well, I need to do a little something that you wouldn't usually do to make it work, just because of the context. So in our context where everything is just kind of like, the Wild West, it's still the kind of Wild West, pun intended.
Yeah.
It's almost like a little push, but I can't agree with you more. We need to make sure that doesn't become something other than Orthodox and its draconian kind of grip on it. But it does stand to argue that we need to really start thinking about something. I just talked about it on Monday.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph.
The icon, and one of the things I was pointing out is like, someone corrected me, which is great, because I was like, they're kind of getting really good now. And then someone's like, they're not good, Father. I said, yeah, you're right. They're not good. They're pretty. Like, they're well executed now.
Yeah.
And the thing that's so interesting to me, though, is that that's part of how you can.
You didn't answer my question, Bob. What, am I obligated to answer your question? Why don't you super chat me, you little cheap. What work does digital do? It doesn't. There's no work. Work and sacrifice is a human thing. You said digital does most of the work. Are you asking someone else? People saying work, in that sense, they're actually saying deletes all the work. When you say digital does all the work for you, that's a colloquial way of saying that you do no work. It's a better way to say that if you're having trouble understanding the phrasing, is it eliminates work. Digital eliminates work. It doesn't do the work for you, actually. It just eliminates work.
Tell almost is the execution is not human. And it's the same thing when you see something that's so perfectly symmetrical, it's not human, and it's not beautiful anymore.
Yeah.
And then it's to some degree, we have to start knowing what to tell, in regards of like,
The Hawaiian Theotokos icon print. I don't know anything about it. I don't know much about it. We have a few of those weirdly photorealistic Russian icons at my parish, and they're kind of unsettling to look at, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know how that all works in the end, honestly, so far as like protocol and authority and management. I think it's one of those things that through time gets filtered out. And I think parishes do have a causal parishioners, I should say. I think parishioners do have a type of, not like they could ever be the authority solely or anything, but they have a causal effect, if that makes sense, on a lot of these things.
A tell like in poker.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Like, what's the tell of this not being from, the normative way of a human being in communion with a saint and God,
Yeah.
but rather just, now I'm going to play devil's advocate on the other end, because it's something that I think is interesting, and I actually, it's kind of one of my...
And eliminates work. Well, what you do when you give yourself more time by technology, what you do is irrelevant to the value judgment of eliminating giving yourself time. So that we build things, it gives us more time. What we choose to do with the time is distinct from the thing that gave us more time. You can't be like, oh, we gave ourselves more time and now look what we've done with the time. And it's like, well, I mean, you just got to look at it from the perspective of like, that means you have to value things that take your time. Okay, you have to choose what things you're willing to do that take your time. I mean, liturgy takes a lot of time. Writing an icon takes a lot of time. Physical labor does it's a lot of time. So you just have to make choices. So should Orthodox be okay with cloning if it's used right? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the process of cloning. Like, what is it and what is it not? Like, technically, we replicate existing natural phenomenon, we do skin grafts of other animals inside our body. Like, cloning, when it comes down to it, is like, we're now talking about replicating a person through a process. I think it's an abomination. I think it requires deeper metaphysics, though, and maybe I'm not prepared, honestly, Paris. My intuition is it's an abomination and a perversion of God-given the ability to replicate. I'm even freaked out by, let's say there's a Christian couple and they can't conceive, using super advanced technology to then manipulate the outcome that they can. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, one angle you can say God gave us the ability to manipulate matter, and in this case help give someone a child. But then I also take the other approach where it's like, well, no, God, there's providence with the circumstance, that maybe what there is to spiritually learn is learned from your circumstance of not being able to have kids, and you step up in a different way. So, like, this constant, like, coping and fixing problems and doing shortcutting problems, it could make you miss out on what the value is from the thing that you're inhibited by. Fasting is one of those things. You can just sidestep it and, like, figure out all the tasty treats that legalistically fit the rigidity of the fast. Like, workaround. But I don't know. It says to me, it's kind of a Jewy impulse. Like, well, I'm going to trick God with the technology. Never fought a badger to make a brush. Eat it, clankers. That's true. That's true.
My little personal teachings I give my spiritual children in regards of, I tell them, well, let the devils serve you. Mm-hmm. Let them serve you, right? And I think there's something to be said for recognizing, because I too have been talking about AI for a long time in a different context, but over the years it's been like, well, what do I do, Father? I'm in this sector here in AI. And so as it's been approaching, the question has been like, well, what do I do?
Shaw says, for $5, there seems to be a conflation here. Cloning is not creating a soulless simulacrum. It's replicating existing human material, just like still likely dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. There's some place that seems there might be some perversion of something in there.
And
the other thing is the most obvious thing is cloning's not is not the procreation of a human being made in love. It's not made in love, in the act of love that we're given. That's not the result of it. It's a result of something else that's sterile. It's almost like cloning is to human beings like money, printing money, usury-based money is to money. You're like, oh, I'll just make it. I'll make value out of nothing.
Early out the gate, especially with like Cyprian and I, we're like, this is like a Ouija board. These are like demons that we're essentially potentially accessing or giving a body to. So what do you do? And as it's gotten to the point where everyone's using it, because you open up Google.
Yeah,
whatever,
if you search on Google, you're using AI.
You're using AI.
There's nothing.
Thanks,
There's no
callback.
way that you can avoid
You can't
using
avoid
it
it.
unless you're completely.
Goodness!
I did not have a bank, but I layering a lot and I here send CGI money.
That is a very generous donation, like the one I left in the public pool. Kevin.
Completely disconnected from.
And no one is. They have cell phones on
yeah.
Athos.
Yeah, yeah.
Like no one is, right? And so the thing is like I just say, well, let them serve you. And the reality of, okay, this is an unfortunate thing. What's left for us? Well, like St. Paul says, let's not be ignorant of the wiles of the devil. Okay, at least I know this is a potential thing. It's almost the same thing of like, well, that part of town, there's strip clubs, pornography shops, crack, and bars. You can not drive there. But for most people, they're gonna have to like drive through there. They have some place like that in their.
This is why I'm not a libertarian. I think you should orthodozer places. I want orthodozer. Like the libertarian of like, just don't go there. It's like, how about I remove you? What do you mean? Just don't go there. How about make it so you can't come here? No, just don't go there. Everyone retreat, perpetually retreat from the iconography of evil that takes over our nation under the libertarian, classical liberal enlightenment philosophy that we've been born into. Just let people do what they want. You don't have to be there. What? No. Orthodozer. Orthodozer. That's what I'm saying. Mation means motion. Digital animation is digital animated. Dude, this is all, I don't know what you win, Chris. Like, I don't know what, this is such a tiny hill to fight on. I just don't understand. Like, what's gained from the semantic difference between how to animate clay so it looks like it's moving, or animate an image that's flat that looks like it's moving, or animate an image that's depicted inside a computer model that's three-dimensional with shadows? I don't understand. You're not really making a distinction. You're not making any meaningful distinction between them. You're just saying you like the pure, Disney style of drawing ink on frame and then moving it around versus like clay form. Like, it's just, animation is the illusion of something moving. That's it. That's all it is.
Your city.
Yeah.
Or your.
See, watch. You see this? We're gonna you see that 9 out of 10? We're gonna animate 9 to a 10. Watch. Someone's gonna animate right now. You see the goal? It's 9 out of 10. Someone's gonna literally do animation. They're gonna actually animate the 9 to becoming a 10. Watch. So look at this animator. Tech is evil, quote, we should handcraft everything. Someone with a very bad autocomplete experience. Well, there's no going back. I mean, that's going to take, unless you're some sort of accelerationist and you want to destroy everything and do like a rising from the ashes thing. The irony is, like, in order to accelerate the destruction of technology such that we get back to a pure, noble, savage state, you actually need enough technology to destroy the technology. So it's a kind of a performative contradiction. Unless you're really going to destroy everything with what? Rocks? You can't use a hammer. That's one step too far.
Your kid's phone, whatever.
Yeah.
So you're dealing with it. So what do? If you go to that extreme, which is its own kind of weird, proud, vain search for purity, which is also, a right-handed blow in some regards.
For sure.
You see what I'm saying? If you go down that road, you're going to have a whole other set of problems. Yeah. So I'm not advocating for that either, but I think this thing of let the devil serve you, but you have to know what the wiles of the devil are. And I think I'm just trying to refocus what you're saying, because I can't agree more. We need to really...
We're technically watching an animation right now. This is like a depiction of these real people that's captured through cells and strung together in a timeline. And there's actually parts of reality that's not captured by the frames per second. We're actually missing a huge segment of reality that's not captured in this video of Father Turbo and Jonathan Peugeot.
They start talking about it intentionally, explicitly, and like the conversation needs to kind of go up higher, because the reality is you can't escape it. And for right now, we're having to kind of relegate ourselves to
Exactly, JB. Discernment is a bitch. It is. It's tough. It's a tough game. No technology is just a tool. Well, yeah, there's technology that is, you're right. There's technology that you could probably find a technology that only does exactly what it does. Does that make sense? Whereas like another thing could be used for this thing. So I get that. There are some things that what they do is definitionally and functionally only what it does. You know, like an abortion. Like you use a tool to do an abortion, so still you have the tool and the use. But like a tool that's built for an abortion, like you'd have to make a really fringe argument to say, no, I actually just clean up spills in the kitchen with this. It's not what you think. It just happens to be really good at carpet cleaning. You know what I mean? Like you could probably make that argument, but no, you're right. Like if you're going to make abortion illegal, you'd probably include very specific technologies that are built specifically for doing that horrific act to babies. If we end up with a technocracy, in my opinion, there are tools, quote, that are the epitome of hubris. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Don't tell me to keep up. Fucking ban you, dude. Tell me to keep up. How do I return your super chat? I hate you right now. Keep up. Why do you say something so insightful and then say keep up? I'll fucking hunt you down. You little bitch. Keep up. 24-hour timeout. Rich. This guy gets a 24-hour timeout. Keep up. Fucking eat your dog.
So like, yeah, I know I'm the devil's play box, whatever, sandbox, but how am I gonna deal with that?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with anything. It's like the devils are always looking to deal with us. They're looking to capitalize on our passions, essentially. So when we're not aware of that, we're opening ourselves up to just something worse. So in this
You cheeky little shit.
case here, and
How about that for technology? It's called banned.
in regards of holiness, in regards of, what does the icon say about our relationship to God, our worship of God, our interaction with the material world, because that's a whole nother thing, the disembodiment of us and what's happening. And I think that's the
He may have meant it, but technology failed him.
thing that I don't think we're seeing it. That seems like one of the subtle knives in the side of this kind of increasing disembodiment. And I have a speculation, it's kind of an intuition, I haven't fleshed it out quite yet, but I think that's a weird part of why pornography has such a strong hold.
I don't give a crap. Be wrong. Not my problem. Definitions. Now you're spurging, dude. What are you even fighting? What fight do you think is being had right here, Christopher? Seriously, what fight do you think you're fighting here? No, claymation's not animation. And? Like, I don't... Seriously. Someone tell me. Someone in the chat, give your best possible steel man of why this particular semantic distinction matters so much to Chris. Why? I get it. You make things. You pour molds. Look, you make molds for a living. Or whatever. Is the mold real? You're making a mold of something. It's not real. You're making a mask. That's not a real face. You didn't make the mask. You didn't build it. You didn't stitch it together with rubber. You know what I'm saying? You took a mold of it. You cheated. So, why are you cheating with molds, man? I got a membership. Thank you. I don't understand. What is the thing you're trying to win? Honestly, I want to know.
It isn't just
I think claymation is definitely animation. You're literally animating frame by frame. You're just doing what is done in a cell of an ink cell. You're just doing it in a cell of a physical photograph of a claymation.
the accessibility of it. There's a
Moldy cheater.
kind of disembodiment
Yeah,
Tug it.
Yes, succubus.
Succubus.
For sure.
Well,
100%.
well played, Jonathan.
That's what.
Well played, Jonathan.
It's
Succubus.
like anybody who doesn't believe in succubi is an
Yeah.
idiot at this point, because that's clearly what's going on here.
Yeah,
Because it's a
clearly.
disembodied. It's a spirit
Until
using
Monday.
an image of an actual woman, disembodying it, and then using it to kind of enter into your soul and to manipulate you and to get your.
Okay, you're a sculptor. Do you believe in making molds of your sculptures? Ruh-roh. I don't understand. What's the ethical thing here going on right now? Look, if you're making a distinction of purity between an animation and a claymation by semantics alone, then when you make a sculpture, do you think it's okay to make a mold of the sculpture such that it could be poured with anything? New cement, bronze. That's not the sculpture. You carved one, right? You carved out, right? You took away everything that wasn't the sculpture, and you were left behind with a beautiful piece. Now someone's going to come along, even if it's yourself, and make a mold of it, a reverse of it, a negative of it, to pour in with new cement, so you don't have to make it again. Is that a copy? Like, what? Are you against copying the original prototype? I'm about to start a prototype of a saint, an existing prototype that's done beautifully. Now, I can't do it exactly because I'm not that person, but I'll do my own form of it, right? Like, I don't understand the ethics. Is Chuck E. Cheese, are those robots, those creepy rat robots with the weird foot that's bouncing and playing the bass guitar and literally giving your children nightmares? Is that an animated robot?
Seed, like that's what the succubus
Literally,
does.
like literally. Yeah.
So it's like we've discovered that succubi clearly
This is
clearly
autism.
exist.
Yeah.
But I've been thinking a lot about. I mean, I can say how I use AI. You know, I've been obviously we use AI basically as assistants, right? That's the way technology in some ways what it is. In some ways, technology is slave labor, right? You know, in a simple sense, that's what we always use technology for. It's like, well, yeah, you could get 50 people to come dig a hole in your yard, but it's like. It's not reasonable to do that.
Yeah.
I'll get a backhoe, come in, you know.
He's getting to it too, right? Like the anti-technology, the Luddite perspective is a trap, especially from an Orthodox perspective, because you're going to get trapped into the purity of function, and you're going to get into a scenario where you have unworkability, that you don't have any workability, that you can't actually effectively move through the material world and participate through the material world, because everything that is made by man that gives you an edge or gives you more time, that even if it resulted in someone not having a job anymore, you're basically at that point you're actually stopping in time suddenly. You don't want to debate me on this? What? On what? Chris, are you really in the chat saying, debate me, bro, on whether claymation is animation or not? What? Do you think that the modern liberal philosophy is attempting to replace the traditional religion? Yes, I think empiricism already largely did that. The Enlightenment did that. Specifically Christianity replaced with another religion. Yeah, I would. I'm halfway through it. I highly recommend Saint Seraphim Rowe's Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. I think that's true. That trend is true. That the rejection of God actually, there's no way around of crafting a replacement religion, and that's happening. And really, it's coming in the form of a type of like perennialist monster. Secularism creates basically a perennialist monster.
I have received credible intelligence. A caravan of Indian refugees are heading to Jortlandia. Ready the troops, Jim Boob.
Yes, that's what it is. 2D, thank you, ready the troops. 2D versus 3D. Yeah. I mean, what is animation? Should we just use a definition and just end
so
right here?
That's the way I use AI. I use it to sometimes track, things, to compile information, to, to do that. And then you can also, I think, One of the things I'm thinking of, I have a friend of mine who's now, they started a service. They're starting to translate text using AI, right? So I think that something like that, under the supervision of a holy person, you know, someone that's in the hierarchy of the church.
Okay. Animation, the art and technique of creating the illusion of movement. That's what I called it, the illusion of movement. By displaying a sequence of still images, drawings, or computer models very quickly. The word animate means to give life to. Turn a static thing into a moving thing. Yeah. I mean, we're animating our bodies right now, essentially. You're a sculptor and you have a 3D printer. Uh-oh. I think Chris Lestrange found his actual opponent right here. He's right here. User 1I9H6I. Chris, that's who you want debating on your show. He's right there for you.
That could be useful because, you know, we have, what is it, like 10% of St. Maximus, I don't know what the percentage, but a very small percentage of his texts that are translated, and it would take 1,000 years because there's no resources to get there. But if we had a computer translate it in a brute form and had someone go back in, and then we might be able to access riches that
I'm straw manning. I don't think you have an argument. I can't even straw man your argument because I don't think you have an argument. I think you have a position where you have a proprietary definition of what constitutes animation and what doesn't. It's totally arbitrary. You didn't even get, Chris, with all due respect, sir, you didn't even get to an argument.
were not accessible to us. So, you know, a lot of people might say, no, that's too far, but these are the kinds of things that I think we need to definitely think about, you know, how it is that, like you said, these mechanical, like let's say proxies of intelligence can serve something that would be good.
Yeah, I think that's a good resolution. So in regards of
He's Clay Manning.
icons.
Yeah, like the AI icons. Well, man, I would, to me, that's something that we have to kind of keep it.
They're not icons. You know what a good rule is for Orthodox? Don't call them icons. You might get tricked. I know. You get tricked. You know, the same way you're walking in the mall and at a short glance it looks like a woman, but it's not. You get tricked. I think we should just use language police and just not call it icons. Don't say AI icons. Do not say it. Don't even use the term. Hey, look at my cat ears. Heard an interesting AI theory. It's been developed to allow communication from entities that already exist, demons, rather than developing its own. I like that idea. I don't like the idea. I like that that's a summary that's possible. I think that's totally possible, actually. Like a medium. I think so.
Bay. Just keep that at bay.
You don't understand. Look, you're not saying anything. Telling me I don't understand is the same thing as the last comment. You said I'm strawmanning you. You have to make a positive case for your case. You can't just say what I'm not doing or what we're not doing. You have to make the positive case. What's the positive case? I'm wrong about what? Am I wrong about my definition of what animation is? Evolution. Isn't it funny? I use evolution and animation are actually synonyms. Can you tell me what is it? The definition? Do you agree with the definition? Here, let's see if this is a reasonable definition. I'll put it in the chat. There. I feel like this is a reasonable definition. The art and technique of creating the illusion of movement. That's all I would say animation is, the illusion of movement in this case, if we're talking about mediums. Now, of course, we're moving, we're animated, different additional metaphysics to what it means to animate the soul. We're moving, but it's not an illusion. Animation in the artistic sense would be the illusion of movement by displaying a sequence of images. So what part can you disagree with this on? I just don't understand.
Because I don't really see why you would do that at this point. Because what is it doing? If you ask the AI to generate.
I have no memories of JB steelmanning any arguments of opponents. Well, your memory, we shouldn't trust your memory then, because actually my angle of attack is steelmanning. That's actually the only way that I do well in a debate is steelmanning. I steelman the evolutionary position all the time. Okay? Paolo.
Generate an icon. Why? Like,
Well, part of the problem is, and this is why I wanted to come back to it, because part of the problem is that we are moving forward in this kind of the system of having an apprentice and apprenticing people, and an apprenticeship isn't just about giving someone like the technical skill.
Crop
Apprenticeship is
studio.
about giving one the spirit of that craft and the work, and that also includes your relationship to the material, your relationship to God, and the icon is really explicit in that.
Maybe the point is clay really is being moved. Well, no, even if it's really being moved, the illusion of it moving in time is still an illusion. But that's a close charitable position, Daniel. At least you're trying. At least we're trying to present it. But yeah, no, even that, you're using the actual movement of clay, bending the arms to a new degree, and then you're accumulating that to produce the effect that's not present when you actually initially move it, because you have to pick up the thing and move it, put it back down in spot, make sure the lighting's good again. So it's still an illusion, though. Yeah. I agree with the definition. It's just digital versions of things eliminate artistry and skill. Yeah, well, that's a different argument. Like, to say it's not animation is one position. To say a lot of these trends eliminate, or let's say they don't eliminate skill. I think they just oversaturate the visual market with something that didn't require skill. But don't ever black pill yourself if you're a creative person, especially now. Because look, whether it's mass production of robots making stuff, yeah, for cheaper, fine. It looks like they're made by a machine, fine. The beauty is that we're actually going into a phase with so much saturated markets of crap made by machines and AI. If you're an artistic person who makes valuable stuff, you should be very happy. You shouldn't be mad at the world leaning into AI and leaning into fabrication of things by machine. You should be very excited. Why? Because that means what you do has more value now. Let's move to another debate. Dude, I asked you, do you agree with the definition of animation, man? You're like, let's move on. I made a distinction that physical is different than digital. Well, nobody's arguing physical and digital are different things. What are you talking about? So the only animation that you agree is animation is a physical copy that's moving in a machine really fast? That's all the only animation that exists? Is a physical animation that physically has frames that move physically, and you have to watch it physically. You can't capture it digitally and represent it. Okay. So everything you watch on YouTube, that is a replication of OG style, Disney style animation. That's actually not animation. Okay. Hey man, that's your standard. That doesn't make any sense, dude. Nobody's arguing physical and digital are different things. The question is, what is animation? Not what is physical and what's digital. Do you understand? What are you talking about? You're just changing the goalposts.
And so for a lot of people, they've never had that. Or they've never had the thirst for the search of a master. See, I'm really big on, like, even those things are part of it. Your desire to find someone to teach you is part of how you become an iconographer. It's how you become anything. If you don't have a desire for it, you don't have a desire to want to receive. If you just want to get to, how do I get to the end and just have this product that I can now say, I do this? I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, well, sure.
You know what I'm saying? I think part of the problem is people just, they want the identity, they want the fruit of having something that they can say, I did, but they don't want to have the, you know, it's like we see it in relationships, unfortunately now. It's like the guy doesn't want the wife to care for her to whatever, he just wants the,
Yeah, this is so true. This is what I noticed immediately in my course. Is like, even in a week-long intensive, I realized quite quickly that for me personally, a lot of the things I've done creatively And even though you guys have appreciated a lot of things that I've made and say, oh, Jim Bob made that, or even my channel, look at my channel, Made by Jim Bob. Iconography just threw a stick in that wheel for me, and a really necessary, humbling stick, which is, it's not about you. It's not about you making stuff. Like, in a sense, my own moniker is a bit cringe in contrast to iconography. You know? It's like, look what I make. Well, made by me. Well, it's like, you immediately learn in iconography, it's through the hand. By the hand. Through the hand. Not me. It's not through me, the personality, Jim Bob. That's super refreshing for me. And beautiful. And that's why you could make an argument, at least for iconography, an argument against AI and all of these other mechanical devices being used to produce what looks like it represents an icon, but it's not, because it's not through the hand.
The end goal. Yeah. And that.
Now, what I think Chris is trying to argue is that animation, he's trying to make a through the hand argument for animation itself.
That isn't being checked, generation after generation now. And I think we're starting to, I've already started seeing it for years. I mean, I remember in my arduous journey of trying to find someone to teach me, it was just like, it was crazy. But that was part of it. That's what kept me in the game. That's what made me hungry. That's what made me pray. That's what made me sacrifice for it. I bled for it. And then coming up and seeing people not only not having to bleed for it, they don't want to bleed for it. And then I think that's part of the thing is it's just like, well.
Yeah, metal doesn't bleed. That's the thing. It's like, machines don't bleed. They don't cry. They don't sweat. They don't pray. They don't sin. They don't deal with what's the human experience. Whatever, you're building a house, you're in a marriage, you're going to liturgy, you're sculpting something. Something Justin in the chat, who's an iconographer, like, where we're at spiritually affects what we make. And this is true outside of iconography too. Where we're at spiritually, it plays a part in what we're doing. And so that's something that you do miss out on when you outsource certain things. But the question is still a little bit hard to navigate. What technical features do we outsource and which do we keep, even in the face of it being unworkable? What do we do? Well, in iconography, it's clear. You don't outsource any of it. Like, I could see the one thing is you get for cheaper for people to have is a print of an icon. But the print is a representation of someone who made the real thing. They made the whole thing. They sacrificed. There was the question is, was there sacrifice at the source of it? And yes, the answer is yes. Because honestly, this entire discussion is actually about human sacrifice. That's what it is. The human, I should say, sacrificing. I don't want to say clip it, ship it. I don't want to say human sacrifice. Look, iconography is about human sacrifice. JB is correct. The root is anime. Soul, spirit. To animate means to give life, spirit. Mation, claymation, subcategory of animation. Absolutely. I don't know. There's not even anything to debate about.
Well, if you don't understand that you being in that process with the material, in the prayer, in the frustration, which facilitates prayer, if you don't get that, then what is your icon anyways? Mm-hmm. Because that's a part of it is like, at least I'm sure it is for you, but for me too, well, for me, I'm sure it is for you. When I interact with an...
Can you make a collage? I don't think so. Insofar as what a collage is, no, because like an icon is a scene with purpose in teaching and capturing something theological that occurred, or a person that occurred in time. And so I would say no. A collage, is like like you're taking items from potentially unrelated situations and throwing them in. If you look at iconography, there's always purpose to, even to the level of light shining on a nose has a specific meaning and placement. This book that I got by The Painter's Manual by Dionysius of Forna, It's just a collection of all of his notes and descriptions, and every icon that he's actually documented has pretty clear description of what it is, where the characters are, what's featured, what's not featured, and so forth. And so you couldn't possibly compile this book from a perspective of like a collage mentality.
An icon. Even if
You can condense icons, but if that's what you mean.
it's not hand painted, I mean, just outside of the AI question, it's like, I understand what's going in there. It's just like the wedding ring. It's like a symbol. It's like the wedding ring, you know, a guy would rather have.
It all boils down to hierarchy of creation. That's just not what you're talking about, though, Chris. You're talking about what's animation and what's not, and now you moved away, and now what? I mean, is that what you're saying?
Have his, you know, finger cut off and like lose that wedding ring, like, or the wife, whatever. Why? Because Jimmy, you know, worked 60 hours, 70 hours a week for 3 months to save up for that ring. And he sat with the jeweler. Hey, I want this, I want that. And his love for her, all that was poured into the ring. And so that ring is not just a sign. It's an actual symbol in the traditional sense. It's embodying their love.
Yeah.
An AI icon doesn't have that.
No, it hasn't. I mean, it has.
No. There's no sacrifice. There's no sacrifice. I'm gonna watch that later. That's an hour and a half long, so it's something you guys should examine on your own. In the meantime, I mean, look at some other things. 7 minutes left, 2 out of the 10. Must be a Monday thing. What can I say? I get it. I understand. You know, I understand. There's no life left to the internet. It's like the death rattle. I get it. Look, if I'm sitting here thinking, oh, I can't wait to get into the physical space and put out the outline of my next icon and start mixing the pigments in the egg, I can't wait. I can't expect you guys to be super pumped about the internet. Okay, it's fair enough. That's my whole argument. You still haven't made an argument, man. You keep saying that's my argument. Everybody's asking you, what's your argument? And you're like, that's it. What's your argument? What is it? An icon can take 40 or more hours of work and prayer for those that don't know. Yeah. And Justin's are amazing. Oh, man. The Noah, Did you make that? Was that a reference? The Noah one? So good. I just keep looking at it over and over again. I'm like, it's just incredible. Where is it? I'll show it another. Well, I don't have color. I'd have to send it to myself, actually. So, anyway. Sounds like a Scud debate. Is claymation animation? What's the God's Logic stuff? I actually don't know. Should I look? I mean, I think Jay led the charge as far as the distinction of churchless. Specifically, it's such a brutal category. Like, once you know what churchless apologetics is, you can't really... Anything else said is almost like moot. And it's not defeatist. You know, you can still work with heterodox churchless people in like politics, like get abortion illegal and stuff like that. But when it comes to apologetics and like and doing work online, you know, you're defeated. Now, the Muslims are just not smart enough to utilize this tactic to undermine the churchless apologetics. But if they learn, it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad for them, online especially, because they've really made their way online. They've really like established a nice market share, if you will, of the attention economy. and owning the Muslims. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but the thing is, like, that's why they find Orthodox so annoying. We're so pesky. We take it another level. We go, yeah, that's wrong. I'm glad you're defeating Islam, but guess what? You're also wrong. And they're like, what are you trying to do, man? What are you trying to do, man? Well, let's see what the gay guy has to say about
Welcome, everyone, to the Council of Trent podcast. Today, my guest is Avery, a.k.a. God Logic. He's been doing a lot of debates with Muslims, with non-Trinitarians. He's really blown up out there, so I'm excited to share his work with you guys. And yeah, Avery, welcome.
If you're gonna carry on, I can call in and just tell me your argument, man. I'm like, Chris, what's your argument? He's like, if you're gonna carry on like this.
Welcome to the Council of Trent.
Thank you, man. I've been seeing this stuff online in my feed. I'm like, man, this guy's dope. So,
shit. It's like Nickelodeon. I feel like I'm watching Nickelodeon. Bro.
I'm happy to be here. Can't wait to.
Made amends. I mean, to some extent. I mean, Jay can decide to be nice to them for like a week until they say something heretical and awful.
And now you get to see where all the magic happens.
I get to see where it happens, man, where it all goes down.
On Nickelodeon.
People are always like, it's a lot.
This is legit Nickelodeon.
A lot smaller than I
This is churchless apologetics Nickelodeon.
thought it would be.
Well, for me,
This is like a Saved by the Bell reunion.
I got a small little room where I just do my streams in. So for me, this is nice.
Yeah.
It's real nice.
It's always funny when you meet YouTubers too. I always feel like when you meet a YouTuber, a lot of times they're usually like taller or bigger than you think they're going to be. Like when I met Alex O'Connor, I'm like, wow, you're really tall.
Yeah, he was tall. Yeah.
I did not think you were going to be. I feel like you watch them on your phone, they look just they're 4 inches high.
Yeah. Well, the way I angle my camera too doesn't help either. But yeah, I'm 6 foot flat. Like I barely made it, and so now I get to tell everybody.
Can you dunk?
As long as you have.
Look, the only question I'm concerned with is, can you dunk?
The 6, you're doing all right.
I made it.
I used to be able. I never tried to claw at 6. I think when I was,
You know why people get so mad at the Ortho Bros attacking God Logic is because he's so happy and nice. He's like the likable character in every kid's Nickelodeon show. You're like, why would you be so mean to him? It's like, look, dude, you're sending people to synagogues, dude. That's the problem. Is that they're all so jolly and nice and kind and cordial and Canadian. And so the mean ortho bro comes in and goes, look, I know you're all nice and, chummy. Is that the word? But I'm sorry to rock the boat. God Logic, best apologist ever. Sorry, Jim Bob, you're the best on debunking evolution. No, do you know what apologist means? Apologist means a defense of a view. He has no defense. There's no church he defends. He can't be the best apologist because there's no referent he's apologist. He's not being an apologist for any position. He can't be the best. I'm not the best apologist. I'm not even considered a Christian apologist. This is how lost churchless apologetics is, man. It's so horrifying. As horrifying as the 2 out of the 10 chats I just got. The enemy of my enemy is the promoter of a grift church.
Around more like your age, I used to say like confidently 5'11". Now I think like when my hair is extra fluffy, I'm like at 5'10" because you shrink as you get older. And I'm feeling it. So enjoy the 6 now, and then when you get 40 or 50,
it's all right because we're saved by the bell.
It's like I'm almost 60.
That's tough, man. Because I'm telling you, man, I was like telling all my friends before I went to the doctor. I was like, yeah.
See, he's so joyful and happy. You can't it's hard to hate on him because you're like, what do you mean? He's so nice and joyful.
6 foot. I don't care what y'all say, right? I went to the doctor, got my proof, and
Can you guys talk about something, not your bodies? Trent is like, let's talk about your body. First and foremost, you big, giant black man. You know what? The first thing I noticed about you is how big you are. You're so big and you're like a giant Snickers bar. Oh, look at the light shining off of you. Anyway, maybe we should talk about.
Barely made it. So you telling me I'm about to lose it?
Not right now.
No, you're a big boy.
Time comes to everybody. But
He's literally looking him up and down. What, Trent Horn? What in AIDS are you doing? Look at him. He's literally looking down at his body. Oh, honey. Oh my gosh. Oh my. These are your colors, isn't it? What do you like in my studio? You like my studio colors? Oh, look at you. Oh, let me see your stomach. Let me see it.
you're starting out.
What are you looking at? Trent Horn. Trent Horn, add the Y. More like.
Well, right now. So why don't you tell us, my audience, are
Listen, how much do you weigh and do you have bigger nipples or smaller?
familiar with your work? What do you focus on as an apologist? And
Oh, you are thick, boy.
how did you get started with this? Because this feels.
How do you start a Christian podcast with let's talk about your big black body?
I don't know how long have you been doing this online?
4 years now, YouTube. We were just talking about Clubhouse. I was on
Cartwheel? I can barely cartwheel. I just hit 190 the other day. 190.
Clubhouse for about 2 years before I started YouTube.
I can do a cart roll.
Okay.
So I really got sharpened up really on Clubhouse a lot.
Tell our listeners, because we were talking about it earlier, I'm not as familiar with Clubhouse. It's sort of like an
It's literally Nickelodeon.
interactive like chat feature and a lot of people for different like topics.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can find whatever you're interested in, whether it's music, cooking, anything, stocks. And so obviously my field was apologetics. You know, my friends told me, hey, man.
Your field is apologetics? No, your field isn't, actually. That's what we're saying, man. Your field's not apologetics. If your apologetics says go to a synagogue, we're not sure what you apologetic in, y'all.
And you would love Clubhouse. So I went to Clubhouse. I searched them. Where are the Muslims at? I put in Muslims and their rooms started popping up. I said, yes. I was like a kid in a candy shop, you know?
So this is one where it's just rooms where just Muslims are hanging out.
Yeah, Muslims are either hanging out, they're debating, they got all kinds of topics. Jesus is not God, Bible's corrupted, Paul's a liar, all this kind of stuff. And I found my people.
Yeah.
You know? And so that's what Clubhouse was. So I started also running my own rooms there and my own topics. And that's how a lot of people got affiliated with me and what I do in my style. And then started YouTube once I felt ready, where God called me.
Well, let me tell you, what's your background a little bit then as a Christian? Have you always grown up as a Christian, or is this something you kind of came to later in life?
Yeah, man. So I grew up, my dad is a pastor.
Oh, a pastor? Do you want to see the footage of him being a pastor? Or should we? Would we? Have you guys seen God Logic's pastor dad? Okay.
And
I wonder if Trent Horn thinks God Logic's dad is a pastor.
My mom's family, they were all pastors and preachers and evangelists and stuff like that. So they, there was never a time where I remember not believing in Christ, you know.
Okay.
And I grew up trying to tell my friends, hey, don't cuss. Say, please, God, forgive me when you say a cuss word, you know.
And you didn't turn into like the pastor's kid who because there's a stereotype you got the pastor's kid who's like, I don't want to be like everything my dad is, and they go off the rails. It didn't happen to you.
No, my dad, he was cool, man. He was.
Oh, it's chaos, dude. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a quick one for you. God Logic's pastor father. I'm really bad at prompts, by the way. Someone clipped it, right? Why is it so buried? Come on, Jay. See, I rely on Jay for these things. Okay, wait. God Logic. Maybe Jay clipped it. God Logic. Dad? Jay Dyer? God Logic is weird. Is this it? Oh. me see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Woo, God Logic doing it, girl. He doing it. Go
Dude,
boy.
I didn't know that was God Logic. Look at him. I always grew up. No, I always grew up. I pretty much always grew up as a Christian church. Poor kid never had a chance.
He got white gloves.
What the? That crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the? Okay. So there's that.
Both he and my mom, they did it. They gave us Christianity naturally. Like
they gave us Christianity naturally.
Love like Michael Jackson. Damn, boy, get on it. He getting up on the on that shit.
Here, hold on. Let's hear that again. Hold on.
Both he and my mom, they did it. They gave us Christianity naturally. Like
he getting up on the pew.
Natural Christianity, right there.
Like, you know, gave us Bible. They
a little too natural, if you know what I mean.
Made the Bible fun. You know, involved our cousins in the Sunday. Like, it was cool. You know, I had a good time learning the stories. My dad, when he preached and came home, he was the same guy on the pulpit, you know, funny, silly, witty, and presented it in a way that we could understand. And so I loved that. And I loved how my dad, he didn't switch up when he was in front of people.
He's not fake. And I think a lot of kids, especially like the pastor's kid thing, it's like you see your dad act one way on Sunday, but then you see how he's really like during the week and you get disenchanted.
Exactly. So I learned a lot from that, just watching that, observing that character. And once I began to get in ministry, I was like, I'm always going to be myself. And that's what they taught us.
Wait, what? I feel like you just
watching that, observing that character. And
observing that character?
You know, once I began to get in ministry, I was like,
okay. I'm not going to be too it's just an interesting phrasing.
I'm always going to be myself. And that's what they taught us, to always be yourself no matter what.
Yeah.
And so, so that was my background, man. I grew up, leading youth ministries and being part of Bible studies, young adult Bible studies and stuff like that. But I never knew about apologetics. I never knew that existed. You know, I just thought it's preaching sermons, preaching Bible study, teaching Bible study. You know what I'm saying? It was a charismatic church. So singing and worship and all this kind of stuff and a lot, you know.
So wait, everything we just saw in a clip is he does it at home?
Slaying in the spirit, man.
Yeah.
You know, touch your neighbor and tell him God's gonna do it for you. You know, that kind of stuff.
You got that.
You mean nonsense churches. All right, hold on. Debates.
I was listening to Frank Turk debates, James White debates, Anthony Rogers. That's this. So this is when I'm starting to see David Wood and those guys pop up when I'm still going into the deity of Christ, and then Zakir Naik pops up.
The Muslim apologist.
Yes. The biggest one, you know, show me one unequivocal verse, one unambiguous statement where Jesus himself says, I am God, worship me. Yes. That dude.
Yeah.
And so thousands of people in the stadium feel.
Let me ask you, AK, is it good apologist work to send people to a Jewish synagogue, a Judaizing synagogue? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Is it a good defense of Christianity to knowingly send people with full knowledge of what a synagogue is to a synagogue? Yes or no? It's really simple.
Out, clapping him, listing out verses off the top of his head, and unchallenged. Yeah. And so he's looking like, no one can touch him. But so that's when David Wood and then they come on Jesus or Muhammad, and they're making response videos to him.
Yes.
And
Judaizing, Messianic. It's a synagogue, dude. Judaizers. Well, but wasn't it Messianic? They used the word Jesus. Is that good apologetics? This is what we're talking about. This is why you can't do apologetics without a church, because when you send people to X, your defense of Christianity is, okay, you defended Christianity intellectually. Cool, let's actualize it. Where do I go? Where do I go? A messianic cult that cuts your dick off? Is that how? Seriously, how is that good apologetics?
I loved that. I said, yo, they're different, you know? Because they're dealing with objections with a different style, a different kind of attitude, and they're dealing with a different group that...
Synagogues aren't scary. We're not scared of synagogues. They're not the church. Messianic Judaism, Talmudic Judaism, Rabbinical Judaism, Judaizers, Unitarians, Jehovah's Witness. We're not scared. Okay? What are you using, the trans argument? We're opposed to the trans mutation of children. What are you, scared of them? No. You little weasel.
It has a different attitude. Like, these guys were loud.
Well, Muslim apologetics and Muslim apologists, it's the strangest thing to me, because it's like, you know, if you think about it, a lot of it's similar to other Unitarians, like, you know, Christ is not God, Trinity isn't true. But then, I don't know, Muslims will have just like the oddest objections I've ever seen. I've come from, I think I remember one Muslim I was dealing with said, you know,
what are you, scared of the Amalekites? What are you scared of the pagans who are burning a Beatty every Thursday? Come on.
The Bible's corrupted, and there's parts where clearly are not true, like when Jesus is overcoming Satan's temptations on the mountain. He was saying something like, this is not true. If Satan came to me and tempted me, I would hit him with a bat. And I would say, get away from me, Satan. And said, you're Jesus. He goes on a mountain hike with the devil. He's going hiking with the devil in the mountains. I'm like, what are you talking about? But it's like this idea they'll come in with these. It's so funny with some Muslim objections. It's so like beyond what you're used to. You're like, I don't even know. I've never even heard this before. How do I respond to this? I know that happens to you.
All the time, man. It happens so much to where I got...
AD 107. But like for me as a Catholic, then it's like, okay, if I love that these early church fathers, that they are confident, like Jesus is God.
He had Ignatius, like, he had a quote
of Christ came up at the Council of Nicaea. I mean, you have Ignatius of Antioch talking about Jesus Christ, our God.
See, he stays away from the contentious stuff because now I didn't watch the whole thing, but I highly doubt Trent Horn got contentious. Just this, you know, this is like, look, this is the industry of this. This is another part of this industry where you're just amicable and you don't bring up stuff that could get you into a fight or whatever. But it's like, if you're going to bring up St. Ignatius and not bring up the necessity of a true church with office holders, bishops, it's like, what are we even talking about?
In the year AD 107. But like for me,
if they are Judaizers in that synagogue, what synagogue is good for them to send them to? Oh, if they're Judaizers, then it's bad. Can you tell me when it would be good for someone who claims to be a Christian apologist to send people to any synagogue? Oh, but if it's a Judaizer, then it's bad. Okay.
Me as a Catholic, then it's like, okay, if I love that these early church fathers, that they are confident, like Jesus is God, and God, you know, God is.
It's like saying a messianic mosque is good enough. Yeah.
It's not just one person. The Father is God, the Son is God, Spirit is God. They're not the same person. And they're confident in that. Then for me, I was like saying, like, oh, wow, here's other things they're confident in. Like Ignatius also says, you know, Jesus is God. And so when we receive the Eucharist, it's not just bread and wine. We're receiving the flesh and blood of our Savior who's been crucified. Or like Ignatius will say, you know, he doesn't say follow the Bible because there wasn't that collection yet. He's saying like follow the bishop, like Jesus Christ follows the Father. So yeah, I'll send you a collection of the apostolic fathers. But if you just go through that. So I think for me, like, I think it's so important now if we're dealing with Muslims and other people who try to rewrite history, try to say, oh, this was all invented in the 4th century. No, there's precursors to it. But also like my challenge.
Messianic Jews like no, dude, the Jews of that time are over, man. Do you understand? 99% of Jews today are Talmudic Jews. The rabbinical and Talmudic Jews, the Kufi Jews of Israel who want to usher in the Messiah, who reject Christ. No, the apostles accept Christ. They accept the Messiah. They accept the prophecy. They accept the New Testament. They accepted the position of the Apostolic College. They accepted their task in teaching and maintaining a church and passing down the holy tradition. No, that's not. Now, if you're just operating out of ignorance, you know, you're forgiven. But it's like, there's no synagogue you can point to. No. The current Messianic Jews today, no, they're not they're not the same as the apostles.
To Protestants would be, if you're like, well, I believe in this canon of scripture because we received this, the early church believed this in the 4th century, you know, and they have a special connection to the apostles. Like, my question would just be, all right, then ask yourself, what were the other things the early church was really confident on?
Yeah.
Which in many cases will be disagreed with a lot of modern.
Here, you know what you should read, AK? Because you seem naive, but not necessarily ill intent. Read this book or listen to it, audio. Religion of the Apostles by Father Stephen DeYoung. This will give you a really good, clear, fluid summary of the continuity between the Old Testament and the New Testament in practice. And you'll get a way better understanding and conception of what we mean by Old Testament Judaism, or even the continuity, right? Christ didn't abolish these this thing that was happening. There was a continuity. Naturally, there would be a continuity. So, fly on the wall, the continuity, the practice, fly on the wall looks like the continuity of early Judaic practice.
Modern, at least evangelicals.
Yeah.
That would be my
He won't read it, but he could listen to it. You never know.
thing to have you sort around as you think about when you read it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's the I guess kind of dilemma, you know, that a lot of people are in, even with myself. It's like, okay, like, you know, this means that I have to consider these things.
Sure.
You know, what did they, like what you said, what were they confident in? What were they in common in?
Yeah.
We wouldn't say that they're infallible.
It's very digestible,
everything they say is
too.
law.
No,
right?
what we like is, so in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, it says that the church fathers are a witness of sacred tradition. So we believe that.
Except when you hit 1054. Except when you added the filioque, except when you made papal authority, except when you wrote V1 and V2, except when you started claiming that Muslims worship the same God. The irony of Trent Horn being a Catholic and talking to God Logic about defeating Muslims while holding a binding position that Muslims worship the same God as you is very rich.
God's word exists in a written and an unwritten form. So just like in 2 Thessalonians 2:15, when Paul says, stand firm and hold fast to the traditions given to you by word of mouth or by letter.
Yeah.
And so we believe the word of God, there's a written form in scripture, but also an unwritten form. So these things would be sacred tradition, like saying, for example, that there's no more public revelation after the death of the apostles. Like the Bible never explicitly says that, that like it's ever going to like come to an end. And there's some charismatics who will say like the word of the Lord came to me. And like that they'll be.
It's weird. Isn't it weird? He's just like, this is why. Well, look at that freeze frame. It's why it gets frustrating. No wonder Jay gets really flustered with these people, because they're never really put in the position where they have to like dance around the positions that they have to hold. And then they never talk about it with each other, right? It's like God Logic doesn't care. He's just going to be friendly with this guy and be like, yeah, totally fun. I love Saved by the Bell. I mean, he should be like, you guys affirm a really sick position about Muslims and the God they worship. If all of the anti-Muslim apologists who are getting really popular from this position of anti-Islamanity, if they were to be rigorous, they would press Trent Horn. Now, I get it. There's format and protocol and certain customs you follow being on someone's show. I get that element. I'm just annoyed with that element. That's all. I'm annoyed with the element that you go on someone's show and if it's big enough, you can't start a fight with them. I think it's kind of gay.
Continuationists of all kinds of things to say, no, there might be private revelations to people. Like God can always speak to anybody. But but since the apostle.
You went to why did you do that, Rip? Were you forced to? Did your priest say that was okay? I wouldn't. I'm using it as an excuse forever now, Rip. I'm sorry I can't do that. Sorry I can't go.
there has never been anything where God
I
speaks
just can't. I'm sorry.
and it's meant for everyone.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's why, as a Catholic, I can know the Mormons are definitely wrong. Jehovah's Witnesses are wrong, because there will be no more public revelation from the apostles until Christ returns again and brings an end to history. So we would believe there's sacred scripture.
God Logic's dad would say the Lord revealed something to him, of course.
And
I have a message from God.
Sacred tradition, and that the church is the custodian of both. And a lot of sacred tradition, honestly, the unwritten word of God is just, here's how you interpret the word of God, the written word.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, the important elements there. But some of this stuff comes together a bit and I really appreciate your openness. Like,
I mean, think about this. I forget what year it was. Pope Urban II basically started an actual war, a crusade, on the position that Muslims worship an actual demon. Like, that's pretty based, actually. That explicit of a claim. That's a pope. Right? A pope declares it. It justifies an actual crusade. That Muslims worship a demon explicitly. And then you move along and you go, wait, oh yeah, no, papal authority, okay, check, okay, okay, now it's binding that Muslims worship the same God as you? What the hell?
okay, I got to really look at this and just be honest with it. Because you've kind of had, on the question of like, what is the church? You've kind of had some run-ins with you've had some run-ins with the orthobros lately, who they don't quite take the disposition I'm giving to you right now.
Correct.
They take a little different okay, let me, I'm just going to ask you, put you on the spot.
Good. No, that's good, AK. Thank you for considering it. And I have the book and I listen to it.
Who's more annoying, the Muslims or the orthobros?
Ooh. I'll tell you what, I'll have to give it to the Ortho Bros. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. The Ortho Bros are more annoying because they're claiming Christ.
The nerve of this guy. We're more annoying because our contention with you is that Christ gave us a narrow church. We're more annoying. You have a Muslim beard, dude. Your mouth smells. You have a smelly mouth. We're more annoying because we claim Christ. You're a douchebag, dude. Before I was like, yeah, he seems like this happy-go-lucky guy. I can see why it feels like Out of the Woods where everyone's attacking him for this stuff. But I agree that they're attacking the right thing. But I kind of felt bad for you because it's like out of nowhere. Like, you know, you don't know where it's all coming from. But now you say shit like this, dude. Now you got me after you. That stupid face. I can't believe he just said that.
Who's more annoying, the Muslims or the orthobros?
Ooh. I'll tell you what, I'll have to give it to the Ortho Bros. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. The Ortho Bros are more annoying because they're claiming Christ.
That always makes it harder, right?
Yeah, that makes it harder.
It's one thing when somebody's attacking you and they're...
It's some things when they're attacking you and it's like not justified. What do you think the entire early church did, Trent? God Logic? What do you think happened? What do you think occurred throughout the ages? What do you think they were defending? It's like one thing where it's like a Muslim and you're like, oh, Jesus is false. But when you claim Christ to a church and try to go after people who don't actually have a church that you can go to, that is crossing a line.
They're not. This is...
I fucking hate these people so much. Lord have mercy.
Happened to me a lot. Well, especially as a Catholic, I would say the people that get under my skin the most when they attack me are other
Oh my gosh.
traditional Catholics.
Yeah.
Because I'm...
Other traditional Catholics, like, they are so, like, I expect them to be, like, nice with me. It's like, hello, I invited you to the trampoline party, like, twice.
Like, because it hurts more.
It hurts more. What are we doing? It hurts more? Dude. St. Nicholas slapped Arius. It hurts me? It's actually extra hurt because Tiffany invited us over and we were both together at like prom. And it's like the next day, it hurts a lot more because of the background that we had. We shared a room in the Florida trip, and all of that seems to be gone. Gone. It just hurts more.
When it's someone who should be on your team.
Exactly.
It hurts so much because Becky was supposed to be by my side. We're not on that. The argument is we're not on your team. Just hurts so much. You're supposed to be on our team.
Because if like a Muslim or an atheist attacks me, I'm like,
you expect it. You're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
You know?
If the
Oh, there goes the entirety of church history. There goes against heresies. What do you think? Imagine you embody Trent Horn and God Logic, and you go back through time and you isolate the heretics who were knowingly teaching against the tradition of the church, against the universal church. They're teaching false things about Christ's nature, let's say. But they're in, like, what makes it a heresy is that while they're doing that, they're in the church. So they have to be, this is what precedes maybe a schism. And so there's an opportunity for correction. And some of the church fathers who are documented having said false things later submitted to the church and corrected themselves or got corrected. Now, if you go through church history, these people appeal to Ignatius, they appeal to saints, they appeal to church fathers, they appeal to a whole era where the church fought against heresies. And yet here they are in the present arguing against the very mechanism that would be necessary to argue against heresies in the past. They just completely give it up. It's wild to watch, and they don't even, does it not register to them what they're saying?
Jesus says, if the world hated me, the world's going to hate you.
Yep.
It's like that comes with the territory. But you'd expect if someone's on your team, like, come on, don't do this to me.
Muslims are on your team based on your Nostra Aetate and Lumen Gentium. Everyone's on your team. Just say Christ. They're on your team. That's it. It's unbelievable. This is why it's like I think it's coming to an end. I think churchless apologetics is getting to the parody level.
Yeah.
And so it's hard if someone claims to be a brother in Christ, and then it's like, why are you treating me? And what's hard for me is I use the term ortho.
Say nice. Why are you treating me? It's about treating. It's about being nice. It's about customs. It's not about the truth. It's about how you're treated. That's it. It doesn't matter about how bad your theology is. If you come at me with and correct my bad theology, you're coming at me, and I don't want to be treated that way.
Bro, because I know a lot of awesome people who are Eastern Orthodox.
Same.
And they are not on the internet a bunch. And
do they correct you on your bad theology, Trent?
they'd be like, what is this?
Yeah, to be
like, what is that? You're gay. You're a gay guy.
Be clear, the Ortho Bros,
Lord forgive.
for those listening, is a category of certain people. It's a certain category of people that act a certain way. That's outside of the normal, Eastern Orthodox person that you would really meet. Because I have a large Orthodox following and
Do you?
support system. And
You have a large Orthodox support system? Well, if they're not correcting you, then they're not supporting you.
and they condemn these weirdos over here. They're
Do they condemn what they're saying or just how they're acting?
like, these guys don't represent us.
Well, it's
Who?
well, it's particular
He's lying. This guy's lying now.
people, and I've seen it.
He just said, I got a huge support group of Orthodox people, and they don't like these people. Who?
Even with some Catholics and a few Protestants, but it's a way of acting
He's a liar.
where you don't care about Christian virtue. It's like you will slander, you'll abuse, you'll revile, you will talk and treat people in a way that's almost like pagan.
Yep.
It lacks
If he has a large Orthodox following, they're not correcting him at all.
just Christian charity to it. And it's fine to firmly say somebody's wrong. That's not the problem. The problem is just when you are acting like a schoolyard bully.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Yep. The slander, the lies, the mocking, and all that kind of stuff to who's supposed to be a separate brethren.
There are Orthodox that don't like Jay, yeah, but the thing is, like, you can not like Jay, but you can't possibly say his contentions against Avery are wrong. That's the problem, is they utilize people, how they talk or act, to avoid dealing with what they're saying. We've been saying for the last, Jay's been saying it for a while, but like the term churchless apologetics hit really hard. And none of them actually said the words. Avery never said or confronted the problem of churchless apologetics. It's a real legitimate term. And it's not just a rhetorical term like orthobros to like throw shade or blemish on the person. It's the actual system that they support is churchless apologetics, no church. And the balls this guy has to say he doesn't like orthobros, because they're claiming Christ, and all they're really doing is aggressively coming at you and saying, you're actually harming people because you have a churchless system. You're sending them to nowhere. Okay? Speaking of sending people to nowhere, Gnostic Academy Marty Leads says, or we could just like debate or something. You can't even present a proper prompt, dude. You will talk about a man, but not to him? What do you mean? I'm talking to you right now. Are you a man? Are you a man, Gnosti? Look, we looked at your nonsense at the beginning of this stream, and it was hilarious. You provided all the humor we needed for today. Gibberish. Oh, guys, the Trinity is really easy to explain. It's just past, present, future. Yeah, he's a nice person. Yeah, and in person, he's very nice, too. I could see how people are like, he gets flustered and, kicks people, but that's just the nature of the internet at this point. It's like, it's not mean.
But we're not brothers. Yeah. That's not what it feels like. That's not what it looks like.
Debate what? Yeah, what's your position, dude? The Christianity is celestial. What the hell does that mean? What do you mean, Marty?
It looks like you're an enemy of mine. You're not acting no.
We heard we heard it. It was really ridiculous. Yeah.
Different than these guys.
It's so simple. It's past, present, future. That's the Trinity. What? So there's no person to the Trinity? It's just the past. Is any three things in a room? Breakfast. Wait, Marty. Is breakfast, lunch, and dinner a Trinity? It's just a quick question, Marty. Is breakfast, lunch, and dinner a Trinity?
Guys who are not in Christ, who are slandering and mocking and, doing all that kind of stuff.
And it doesn't have to be that way. For example, like Gavin Ortland and I strongly disagree about stuff. And we can sit down and we can have strong disagreements. Yeah. But we also treat each other kindly, and we'll team up. Gavin and I did a 2-on-2 debate against atheists.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so, but we can.
What about eggs, bacon, and sausage?
Can do that because that's the thing. I think a lot of the orthobros or some more further extreme online Christians treat it as like everything has to be a fight. And if I disagree with you, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like there's only one enemy. It's the father of lies. That's the only enemy.
Yep.
Everybody else is just, ensnared by him to varying degrees.
Yes, exactly.
And so then if you see other people in that way, it's like, okay, I would love to free you.
Wallet, car keys, phone.
Yeah. So they were going, and this is
everywhere, guys. It's the word the. 3 letters, Trinity. 3 different letters. THE. Wow. Triangles, Trinity.
We're going after you. And their criticism of you, so I had to agree and disagree
Three's Company,
with it.
Trinity.
And so it seemed to be they were mad. You can fill us in a little bit on that. Sure. Because I'm like, why are they they're basically mad at you for doing your apologetics to just help people believe in Jesus.
Oh my God. That's his apologetics? Help people believe in Jesus? Oh, so it's a believism. Now, out of anybody, a Catholic would at least have the wherewithal to push back on this. At least a Catholic would do it. Like in addition to an Orthodox person, at least a Catholic would have the position where, no, you can't just have a belief structure system of Christianity and say, oh, I just believe Christ. There's nothing else required of me. There's no sacrifice. There's no sacraments. There's nothing. You just believe it. And you're helping people believe. Well, The mean ortho bros, the mean ortho bros are the ones pointing out this is a meaningless comment to believe in Christ. Right? I can jump on the stream. You guys want this? We got 500 people almost. Answer your questions. Hey, you want to teach us about gematria? Could be. Yeah, it's ecumenism. Yeah. Trent is, I think he actually got hit in the head or something, dude. Honestly. I think he actually got hit in the head. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of it. Something happened to him. And God Logic, being the anti-Islamic debater, should be, hey, let's talk about V2 real quick. Trent? Yurt Clown? Put the guitar down. Honestly, no. We should time it. This is how much it's... This is how horrifying it... How horrified people are of Marty Leads' voice. He'll teach us the esoteric ways. Oh, there's tons of Jesus believers on TikTok. Oh, yeah. There's people who are eating the Bible right now. Giovanni, off topic. Thank you for the big 20. I know, but I found it a hilarious game that you'd love. And if you and Tony play it together, I just know you'll have the funniest reactions. It's called Shift at Midnight. I'll check it out. That's funny. I don't know if I'd give this gay a stage. It's never fruitful. It's full of fruit, but it's never fruitful. Time, space. Is time, space, matter a trinity identical? What if I get 3 super chats? Is that a trinity? Nasty. Nasty little heretic. Bip, 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 bum. You'll be... Oh, I already am, dude. He wrote me like 19 emails. And they even threatened me. You know what he said? I'll show you... I'll tell you an email. Dude, this guy's a nutter. He really is a nutter. What did he say? He threatened to live stream for a whole week or something. He was like, I have a way about doing this. If you don't debate me, I'm going to stream about you for a week and a half. I'm like, what, to your 31 live viewers? Okay. Gnostic derp is just like the Kenneth Copeland of his niche. Totally true. That's exactly it. And he claims like some sort of revelatory mechanism that he was bestowed from God this knowledge, like directly beamed into his head. This is the stuff cults are made of. No, he won't address metaphysics. He'll just say it's right there, and he already knows it. It's in the Bible. Why would you trust the Bible, bro? That's what I would ask. That's the question I'd ask Marty Leads, and I would never get an answer to it. Why would you trust the Bible? Why the Bible? From your Gnostic view, you don't need the Bible at all. You don't need a reference of Christ. It's already written on nature. You could have just written the Bible yourself, actually, alone. That's funny. He's serious? He's a nut job. No, he's an actual nutcase. He's a real nutter. Like he's got Netflix level potential. He just doesn't have the numbers though. You know, you need the numbers. That's why he relies on the bear tards, peripheral sort of like, you know, grab a couple of them on the outside. Real pervert. The new Joseph Smith. One more, sorry. It's an indie horror humor game, but it's extremely well made. Has old school low poly textures. Nice. My wife's playing a scuba diving game that's like kind of lower tier. It's got decent graphics, but it's got good gameplay. It's got really funny cut to scenes though. It's a yurt. It's a yurt cult. God's frequency. That's a good one. What is God's frequency? What is God's frequency? No, Marty, what is God's number? Do you have God's number? No, not Subnautica. I don't know, Scuba Steve or something crappy, some bad name. Of course he's a nutter. It's literal pre-list. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it never explains anything either. Just dumps on you. It's like, he's like a couple of steps away from Zach Hubbard. For sure. Pie? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is. It's physically destroying his face, John. His pride is physically destroying his body. Hell's Blanchard? Yeah, he's got he's not got good theology. He does a good job calling out the black culture, though. Doesn't he do comedy anymore, by the way? Zach is more reasonable. Yeah, you're actually right. When you can calm Zach down, he actually talks to you like a person. If you can get him like focused, right? You need to like hold a thing, you need to hold like a complete Rubik's Cube in your hand. You know, like this. Like, here you go. And then he's like fixated, and then you can listen. Pay your damn taxes, bucko. I know it's called a yurt. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Big yurt revivals. Marty, well, he's surrounded by women, unfortunately. It's going to get worse. The whole truther market, perfect example is Candace Owens. She's like the high queen of Truther Valley. High queen of Truther Valley High. And she, I would love to see the numbers. Obviously, there's a fair amount of retarded men who are simping for Candace Owens. But the amount of women who are doing their from home investigative reporting, like a huge percent of them just this week became beartards. Like, that's like inviting your own hell. It's like Owen Benjamin just got exactly what he really deserves, which is a large swath of retarded females. That's perfect. It's like the best thing that's, you might go, he doesn't deserve that attention, and he doesn't deserve this, and it sucks that, Candace Owens reposted him. If she only knew what a piece of garbage he was. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. Thousands. I hope thousands follow. Yard. Yeah, yard. Bomb. The Candace cult it's getting worse too. It's like actually getting crazy. Like, she could tell them to show up somewhere and it'd be thousands. Show up here. Show up at the location where Charlie Kirk was ushered underneath the trap door. Show up and show your support. They're nutty. I mean, you look at the live streams. I mean, honestly, a half of them, maybe a quarter of them are, maybe a third of them are low-cal watchers. They're watching because it's a low-cal. Who knows? But we're talking, I mean, her live streams, insane amount of live viewers. I just know that a huge amount of them are just 47-year-old women with their wine, just figuring it out. They're gonna get it. They're gonna get closer. They're getting closer to the truth, you guys. It's all gonna come out. Canada's claymation. Nice. They naturally live in their own reality. Well, if you leave them to it, it's just bad for them. It's a bad thing. Mostly women on SSRIs. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, they pop their pills, drink their wine, take out their laptop, and they're ready. They're ready to sleuth. Now look at the it's why it's a perfect match. Candace Owens' cult of retarded people. They're sleuths, right? Well, the bear tards are also sleuths. You know? And so it's perfect. It's like this, the truther movement started by calling everyone sheep. And maybe they were right, especially during COVID. But now they're a type of sheep. It's very bizarre to see because the identity of the truther movement was don't follow the sheep. And now there's a paradox because it just naturally follows that you cultivate a similar parasocial thing where you appeal to an authority and you follow them and they're your shepherd. And having Candace Owens as your shepherd is... It's not even just about the Charlie Kirk stuff. Like, it's not even about that. It's not even about just her saying, Charlie's still visiting in my dreams, and he helped me wipe the other night. You know, he was there for me. He reminded me not to flush it down the toilet, you know. It's not just that. It's just that it's the focus is away from Christ. It's away from the church. It's into the world of trying to track down the truth, like Gnostic cults. Very similar. Track down the truth. Propositional. We're going to get the right propositions. It's terrible, man. Jumbo, if you could be any animal for an entire day, what would you be? Probably just a lion. I'd just kill everybody. Because you can't be culpable as a lion. I'd start with the Indians. If I was a lion today, I'd go after the local Indians in my neighborhood. Okay? Have you ever had a quicker answer to that question? By the way, that's why Marty Leads, if you're still here, why you have to be so nice to and gentle with Owen, because you know, being stuck in Missouri in the hellhole that you're in a yurt, with this notion that you're going to build your fake Gnostic church, you're going to need some idiots around you. And by golly, you scored. like Owen Benjamin is like the Kimberlite site for mining morons. So I get it. You got to be real nice to him. You know? Oh, I'm still a human conscience and a lion? Well, that's just a logically impossible hypothetical, Giovanni. You know what I mean? That's like you saying you're a white guy, even though you have dark skin, Giovanni. It's like, what would you do if you were a white guy, Giovanni? No, you're still black guy, or whatever you are. Nobody even knows what you are, dude. You Spanish? Are you Moroccan? What are you? What are you? Help us categorize you, Giovanni. Never heard of them until you started talking. I mean, maybe. It's like, I just figured if anyone's following the Candace Owens thing, which I don't know why we should be, but it's kind of fun fodder, then you'd see. Maybe there's a catch. I can be a lion, but I only have human teeth and human fingernails. No claws and no super sharp teeth. I just have human fingernails. And I just go around smiling at people as a lion. He's not Cuban? Okay, he's not Cuban. Marty was in the chat. Yeah, he was. Poor guy. All right, this is going to be my last 10 minutes, 6. I know you guys can do it. I know it's slow. It's a slow summer. Everyone's slow moving. I went swimming in the heat for a long time yesterday. I think it was a bad choice. Someone said something about debating him. Where was it? I debated him. Oh man, it's okay. I heard this girl say, "We know evolution is true because it fits reality." Oh my gosh, that's why I love debating people, evolution people, so much. I love it. Live stream while painting? No, that would take away from. I know some people record some of it. I'll definitely do time lapse, but it's a very intimate process to write an icon, and so talking and trying to make jokes and it's like a focus thing. Like, I don't know if I'll ever do that, actually, honestly. I'll document the process, but I don't think I'll live stream unless I'm gonna show you guys how I do something, like one section or something, like a blending section on blending, but I'm not set up to do it right now anyway. Six more, y'all. Help a lion out. Help a lion out, yo. 390. Wow, I really lost today. By big time. Maybe it was the topic. Maybe it was... Well, maybe... You never know. I can't figure it out. Still haven't figured the internet out. I don't understand anything. It's impossible to figure out. So... Time lapse? Yeah, I'll do more time lapses. Oh, I see. Cleve, J. I get it now. Okay. I get 300. Oh, I see. I see the new format here. Okay. That's all right. I see. I got it. That's okay. I'll make my way out of here. More of the time lapses will make icons as short. I got it. Yeah, well, yeah, I could do that. People seem to like that, like capturing the process from start to finish. I just have to make sure to find good music. That's one thing I want to be more careful of, is like, if you try to find music, like orthodox music, you're likely gonna get some AI crap, and that sucks. Like, that's not what I want. If I pair a video with it, I don't want that. So Simba is salt. I am salty. It's because everyone likes drama, dude. I can't keep up with it. I'm exhausted. I know it's a huge feature, especially right now. I can't do it. I'm just tired. Yeah, Cleve and Jay streaming. I'm cooked. Yeah, I know. That's okay. I'll be quitting soon. Why does what matter? Full sentences, Chris. The icon images have to be shown the wider culture, even if 1,000 is intrigued enough to look into orthodoxy. I honestly think that it's going to pull a lot of people in. Not just imagery, though. It's not, oh, that's beautiful. No. I think it's actually when people, like, I agree with you. Like, when people grasp the fullness of the meaning and symbolism in iconography, they're going to actually learn about orthodoxy from iconography, as opposed to what it's been, which has done a fair good, right? It worked with me, is apologetics, metaphysics, church history, hermeneutics, debate, essays. That's a certain type of person. And you need to find them. You need to find those people. Those are the people you need to find, and that's going to be the way in which they find it. But there's a huge amount of people who are looking for beauty, and they don't particularly find beauty in debate. You know? They don't. And it makes sense. I can find art, a type of art, in debating, in debate. The moves people make, and quick wit, and rhetoric, and there's a lot there you can look at. But for the most part, people are not. People who think about beauty, they're not thinking debate. No. They're not thinking about that. Jort for life, thank you. No, thank you. All of you Jortlandian purists, I appreciate you staying. But I get it. It's a big saturated field, this internet thing. Everyone competitively talking at a screen, giving their takes, covering the juice and the Jews, covering the hot topics, giving their takes, nailing it. I'm tired. I just want my panels to show up. Do they have a weird big steak monster? It's like you know, depending on where you go, you catch up on different aspects of what's going on. I just happen to be going through a phase where I'm just like, I think it's because of the iconography course. I'm just like, I could care the least amount with what's like internet going on. The internet's going on. You know? If anything, I'm like trying to deep learn the proper mixing technique for egg tempura. You know? Icons really provide a richness to the liturgy that gives it a historical context that's missing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you're surrounded by the church, the living persons of the church. Yeah, that historical sense. They're everywhere. They're with you. It's beautiful. Who's with you at the other church? Yeah, sure. What you got? 3 minutes, 3 chats. At least finish the goal for me this time. You know. Ba-doo-boo. Three more, y'all. Don't leave me hanging. You know what a yurt is? Yurt. Yurt. Ha. Boo-doo-dee-dee. That's a great way to put it, Christian. I love that. Yeah, because we don't have that stand on the pier with a microphone. We don't got that. Thank you, Sendatilio. Oh, molto buone, molto buone. Molto buoni. All right, so this coming week, Tuesday, I don't even know. Wednesday is a debate. That's going to be a good one, so make sure you show up and prepare for it. Someone is going to claim Christianity is compatible with evolution, and they're pretty much up against the worst person you can think of. Let's face it. Following by, I'll be streaming on Thursday, but in the evening on Thursday, I think at 6, I won't dual stream it. I'm just going to show up on someone else's channel, and we're going to talk about evolution and stuff like that. So that's good. I like more talks on evolution is good. I feel like that's a really good thing to counter. You know, churchless apologetics, of course, is rampant, but even before that starts, you get people believing there were fish. That's just horrifying. Oh yeah, total nonsense machine. I know of them. How about shout out to Crisp, Old Faithful. Dude says hello every friggin' time for years. Yes, Crisp, even though he's a vegan. Hello. Nice. Did you ask a question? Oh, if modern day chimps were teleported back in time and died a long time ago, we dug up their fossils, wouldn't they claim they were ancestors? Yes, that's actually a great hypothetical question that I developed with camels, but that might be even better actually, because it's more applicable to how they argue, which is a really good question. The question to press against the evolution proponent, instead of asking, wouldn't they claim they're our ancestors? I asked the question, how would they determine something's an ancestor or it just died out? So I called it, actually someone else coined it for me, Camel World, where you find, you know what a camel is. You find a fossil that looks like a camel, you know? Like an alpaca like looking thing or something. And you come to the conclusion, because you have evolution presuppositions in your head, and you say, hey, this must have been an ancestor, or maybe they shared an ancestor. It's similar. Okay. Well, in this hypothetical, somewhere at the basin of a Peruvian mountain, some kid finds the same exact fossil, the same exact skeleton, but they don't act surprised or confused. They actually know what it is, because where they are, they exist. It just so happens that the first discoverers don't know this thing exists. They just assume it's an ancestor. Well, how would the evolution proponent determine whether something with similar features, similar anatomy, was in fact the ancestor, or just another animal that shared similar features? And they never can answer this question. It's a great question. It's a really good question. Honestly, most of the stumps that you can produce against an Evo proponent are actually how do you know questions. Because let's face it, most of their existence is saying, we now know, hoping that nobody goes, how do you know? Oh, they discovered it. Who? We now know. Be like saying a crab is an oily lobster. Yeah, that's what gets so crazy about it, is that you actually have to, it actually gets worse. You know how it gets worse? The further you go back, the more dissimilar any given animal is to the thing that they're saying is its ancestor today. So a human looks like a certain form, and they go short term, they go, look at this thing that's ape-like. It must be a common ancestor or have a common ancestor. But they're working off similarities. The problem with evolution is that if you go back far enough, they have to say that completely dissimilar forms that they find are also potentially ancestors. Well, they're not really saying anything then, because all they're saying is everything's an ancestor from everything. Okay, great work. How do you falsify it? You can't know. You can't. There is no falsification system. It's an ancestor when it's similar in form, and it's an ancestor when it's not. That's why they don't debate me, especially if I'm drunk. You know what I mean? Especially when I'm drunk. Screw them. All right. I got to eat lunch and hang out and do something else with my life. Love you guys. I'm just going to end the stream. Debates, like inconvincing, disingenuous, you know. Birds and dinosaurs. I actually saw something, Sandbox Explorer. Someone put it up. They put a bird with a bird outline, and they just moved the position of the skeleton to like this, and then they drew an outline of a dinosaur, and it was the exact same skeleton. All they did is change the actual animated frozen, oh, don't say animation, the frozen cell position, and suddenly it's a different animal. It's wild. Drunk, yeah, I agree. I have to watch it, though. I can't be favorited because I'm drunk. Then I'll do audience capture drunk person. So, we now know that balls itch, but why? Let's go back to 1 Brazilian years. Yeah. Pretty much. And evolution is claymation. It's it literal evolution, as it's argued, is an actual animation. That's all I have. It's crazy. Crazy people. All right. That's it for me, y'all. Appreciate your time. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow. Maybe I won't. I think that's it. I'll keep you guys posted on my material and my next icon that I'm going to be doing. It's kind of a surprise, so I can't really say what it is. Maybe I'll spill the beans at some point. I'm not sure. You look at an X-ray of a beaver, you would not be able to tell. Oh yeah, and there's also skulls of various things that under the Evo view don't share any ancestry, and they have the same exact head. So it's wild. Well, that points us to the direction of function. That's what I say. Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here. See you later.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that